Welcome to this edition of Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom, Joseph Potter here. You're in for a treat today, guys. We've got the top 5 picks in the NBA draft with the lottery being done, the top 5 picks in the NHL draft with that lottery being done. I've got my NHL mock draft up to 24 and my NBA mock draft up to 8. If I have to go through every pick to kill some time while William gets here, I can. But I prefer to only go through the top 5 today because we got the NFL schedules and we got Williams' rookie draft at 4. But that being said, I'm going to start with the NBA because we have AJ Dybantsa in the left of our thumbnail, and we have Gavin in a Wizards jersey, and we have Gavin McKenna in a Maple Leafs jersey in the right. So, yeah, you thought I was going to start out with hockey first. Even though I'm football, we're going to start out with basketball instead. So, yeah. So, I'm pulling up my NBA mock. I'm also pulling up the NBA simulator. And I've got an NHL simulator as well. And I've got all this good stuff. So, on that note, yeah. And if there are any picks Joey disagrees with me on, we can use the simulator, but it's only at 8 players. And Dybantsa, I'm thinking he's going to go number 1. There is a chance he goes number 2. But yeah. So the Wizards won the lottery. This is a rare feat where the Washington Wizards, worst team in the league, won the actual lottery. And yeah, this is a rare feat where the worst team in the league actually did win the lottery. So yes, but I've got the NBA draft simulator as well as but I'm going to break this down. The Wizards are going to stay at 1, and the Wizards have some talented players. So it's not like, Dybantsa's really the only fit unless Trae Young and D'Angelo Russell both opt out of their player options, which I don't think is going to happen. Young said he wants to come back. You've got Keyshawn George at shooting guard. Koulibaly's your small forward, Sarr's your power forward, and Davis is your center. And you've got Russell as your backup to Trae Young. Trey Johnson's your backup shooting guard to George. I think Johnson's good enough to start over George, but George had a really good year. And Johnson and Russell still averaged over 10 points a game off the bench. So this is a Wizards team that did well offensively, but struggled defensively. And Dybantsa, he's the only player I think here that would be an upgrade over what you have in the starting 5. I guess you could argue Boozer would be an upgrade over Sarr, but Sarr really took a leap this year. So I think Dybantsa's going to end up being Washington's pick. They spoke with him at the NBA Combine. And this is a guy who led the country in points per game. 25.5 points per game was the most of any player in the country. And I think AJ Dybantsa is the pick here, but, and he'll give the Wizards that final piece in the lineup here. And I'll share the simulator here. If Joey wants to do a top 5, that's cool. We can do that. But yeah, I'm thinking, Dybantsa's probably going to go number 1. But Joey wants to rebuttal or pick a different player. This is where you'll see the picks for his mock drafts. If he doesn't want to, I'll just go through the rest of these picks. But I think Dybantsa's going to be the first pick in the draft. If he wasn't the leader in scoring.
The Wizards need a good 3-and-D playmaker because that's really what the league is now. That's why a lot of people think Scottie Pippen would be, or Chuck Person would be one of the best players in the NBA today, probably top 3 or 4, because the 3-and-D thing works. And the Wizards really have no big stars. They have no 3-and-D guys that can really make a difference. So if Gibonsa or whoever they think can be that guy, 6'8", 220 pounds, they need to take him.
Yeah. I mean, you could make a case for Boozer. He's the youngest player in the draft, but Dybantz, I just think, is a better fit for the Wizards. You could also argue that Darren Peterson's in this discussion, too, if Trae Young and Russell both exercise their player options and test free agency. So I think you could make an argument for any of those three at one. But I think Dybantz is ultimately the player the Wizards are going to settle on. But if you were the Wizards, which of those three players would you take at one?
Can I see the list on the side here?
You've got Dybantz, you've got Peterson, Cameron Boozer. Those are basically the top three guys. I think that's going to be the top three. The order, though, I think the order is what's up for debate. But I think that's pretty much been the top. We've known that's going to be the top three since college basketball started. Back in
Cameron Boozer, I think, has a chance because he, like his father, is more aggressive. And so if the Wizards want to have a more aggressive approach when it comes to their team, I think he does have an outside chance of being the number one spot.
All right. So, are you going with Boozer at one, or you still think it's going to be Dybantz?
I'm not going to change anything right now because right now,
all right.
It's because right now, let's face it, we're still in the early stages. I think they just had their combine, but we're still ways away. You know, there are going to be more visits and stuff. We'll learn more later.
I've got Darren Peterson at number 2, but this is probably where Joey and I begin to debate on this pick because you've got 5 players who averaged over 10 points a game: Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, Kessler. But Darren Peterson is a guy that he was a shooting guard at Kansas, but he's telling teams he can play point guard. But the big kicker here is I don't know if this is a smokescreen or if the Jazz. I think Peterson's probably the player the Jazz are going to pick it to because a lot of people at ESPN pretty much believe Peterson's locked into the second slot. But what's interesting is 2 hours after the Jazz got the second pick, Danny Ainge hires Carlos Boozer, the father of Cameron Boozer, to be a scout with the Utah Jazz. 2 hours after the Jazz got the number 2 pick. That is a little bit... And if Utah hadn't traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., I think that would be enough for me to move Boozer up to 2, but they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., the Grizzlies' power forward, and you've got Walker Kessler, a 7'2" center who's had a lot of success in the NBA the last 2 years. So that's why I went with Peterson, but I could see this being Cameron Boozer simply because Ainge hired Carlos Boozer as a scout. And if you go that way, and Jaren Jackson's not just a power forward, he's played center as well. He's a better power forward, but he's played center as well. So if the Jazz do take Boozer, I think Jackson moves over to center and Kessler comes in off the bench as a third big.
Well, what really gets me, because I do think they take Boozer, but for the sake of argument, with Peterson, I look at that 7.2 assists a game in college basketball, 7.4.
That was high school, 7.4. He only had 1.6 in college. He had 7.4 in high school.
Even in high school, that's a lot. So my thought when it comes to college is why did he only average 1.6? And 7.4 in high school is amazing. So you know he can pass the ball. And
Kansas mainly used him as a shooting guard. Bill
that
Self did. Whereas his high school coach basically let him play the point or shooting guard, the one and the two.
that explains it, because shooting guards in college are notorious for not passing the ball. So,
Yeah.
but he does remind me of more of a traditional point guard from what I've seen of him. But and the passes,
And he models his game after Devin Booker, who started out as a shooting guard with the Phoenix Suns, and after the Suns traded Chris Paul, Booker moved to the one at point guard. So
yeah.
that is.
But the thing with him is when he passed, he would make you believe, whether he got the assist or not, that he was getting the assist on every pass and
Yeah.
made shot because he was so good at it. So that 1.6 assist a game never really made sense to me.
No.
That's why I was thinking that 7.4 assist was, closer to, what
What
he's,
he's actually going to bring to an NBA
yeah.
team.
And that's something, if you have a good power forward center combination.
If the Jazz didn't trade for Jaren Jackson, they would have had to take Boozer here. But because they traded for him and gave him a 3-year extension to go with Kessler, to go with Markkanen, to go with Ace Bailey, they have the luxury of going Peterson. And Keontae George actually led the Jazz in points per game last year with like 23.7 or something. And all these Jazz fans that are saying the Jazz are going to take Peterson, Keontae George is going to go from the Jazz points leader to a bench player, just like that.
I don't think so as much, because you can look at the Cavs and see how they play with Harden and Spida Mitchell. And those are both smaller guys, point guard type players that can both shoot, score, and do those things, or move over to the 1 or 2 and go back and forth as needed. So if the Jazz would take that approach to it, they could start both of them and just move them back and forth and have different lineups and combo lineups with them to accentuate all their talents. So that is an approach they could take, because that's something that Kenny Atkinson has done a very good job with since James Harden went to the Cavs, is creating that type of environment. And for the most part, it's worked.
Yes. William is here. So, yes, Joey's taking Boozer at 2. But, yes, I've got Peterson at so far, you've only missed one pick. I've got Dybance at 1. So does Joey. But Joey's going to go Boozer at 2 here. Jazz.
That's cool.
And I've got Peterson.
I've been here the whole time, but there was some kind of glitch and it wasn't loading me into the thing. I've been here since like 5 minutes till, but all right, dude. No worries.
Okay.
Oh,
yes, I've got Dybance Peterson. Joey's got Dybance Boozer.
That means he was the first one here. I didn't get here till about 10:01.
Yeah. I didn't get here till 10:02 because the show with Ron that I was recording ran a few minutes later than I thought it would. But we got through every team. We got through every team in the USHL draft. So it took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I've got the Grizzlies taking Boozer at 3. He may not be there at 3, but they need a power forward to replace. And if they have to trade up to get Boozer, I think they should, because they traded Jaren Jackson away, and they've gotten some decent role players. Cedric Coward, last year's first-round pick, really stepped up. Jalen Wells did well at small forward. Edey averaged over 10 points a game after a rough rookie year. But getting that power forward, if Boozer's here at 3, this is a very open and shut case, a very easy pick to make. But I would think the best fit for the Grizzlies is probably Caleb Wilson, which means Peterson. I'm guessing Peterson's going to drop to 4 in Joey's simulator, because I just think, as much as I'd like to give Memphis Peterson, from a value standpoint, you need that day one starter at power forward, and Caleb Wilson can play small forward or power forward. I have him listed as a small forward, but he can play the 4 as well at power forward. So, but and then there's a lot of guards. It's a guard heavy draft, and I've only got 8 players up on the simulator. Yaxel Lendenborg's also an option, the Michigan junior. So if Boozer's off the board, I'm guessing you'd go Wilson here, but this is a really tough situation to be in if you're Memphis, because Boozer's like the perfect fit for them. But Joey took Boozer at 2,
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Well,
that
it's
gets kind of
he's
to
not.
the point where you're trying to, figure out what to do when your player, goes right before your.
Well, we could be like the Steelers and just take a random right tackle that needs 3 years of development. I mean,
or you mean like the Niners and Dazon's dribbling?
I mean, when I brought up the fact that the Steelers reached for Ihi Nahor, one of my longtime friends from high school basically said I have a negative attitude and unfriended me, and I'm like, whatever, fine. I'm not going to explain myself or apologize for how I feel. If you feel that way, move on.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that 100%, man.
I'm with you on that.
This is the thing when we're a team either, well, I'm not used to this NBA thing, but, in the NFL where they end up trading down, when they don't end up getting their player or doing something along those lines. But, I mean,
I think Wilson's the only forward on the board. The rest of the players are guards, and Memphis doesn't really need anything outside of another forward to go with John Morant, Cedric Coward. So I'm guessing you're going to pick Caleb Wilson because everyone else is a guard,
That's
I believe.
making the sense. That's what I'm seeing right here.
Guard, point guard.
Yep.
Yes. So I'm guessing Joey wants Wilson here at 3.
Actually, I was going to go with the point guard. Because
you're going to go with Peterson at 3.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You can either put him at the 2 or the 1, or you can do a draft and trade, which, well, that's not as common in football and it's non-existent in baseball. It's pretty common in the NBA. So you could do a draft and trade on that as well.
And as much as I love Kate Cowell, the rookie shooting guard on the Memphis Grizzlies, Peterson's a clear upgrade over him and complements Ja Morant very well.
So you, by taking the guard, you're not only taking one of the most talented people in the draft, arguably the most talented, depending on who you ask, but you're also saying, look at this, I can either slot him into the 2 or the 1, or I can dangle him for a draft and trade scenario later on. So, good strategic.
And that's a really good value pick. Great strategy, though. And Memphis takes Peterson at 3. Number 4, I went with Caleb Wilson, the North Carolina small forward. They've got Giddey at point guard. Trey Jones, former Duke point guard on the Spurs, is the shooting guard. Buzelis transitioned from the 3 to the 4 at power forward with Patrick Williams injured. And Jalen Smith, a power forward, started at center. And Caleb Wilson, this is a guy who I think would round out the Bulls' starting 5. He was not in my preseason mock draft, but he had a huge freshman season. And by the time December approached, Emmanuel Watson was already telling me that Caleb Wilson is going to be a top 5 pick. And Emmanuel's a huge North Carolina fan. I'm a Duke fan, but if Emmanuel Watson likes North Carolina and he's telling me about a guy in December, that means the guy is going to be pretty good, maybe special. And this guy, he did a lot well on tape. So I think Caleb Wilson, if you're ready to move on from Patrick Williams, your 2020 first-round pick who missed all of this season with an injury, and you have Buzelis showing he can transition from the 3 at small forward, where he had a good rookie year, to having a great rookie year at the 4, I think you can go Caleb Wilson and move on from Patrick Williams if he doesn't want to be a bench player. I think that's a luxury the Bulls have. You got any objections with that before?
No, I'm good with that for sure, man.
I'm asking Joey, but I agree. I've got since Joey doesn't know anything about hockey, I'm giving William the top 5 for the simulator, for the NHL simulator, because you've watched a few of these guys with me and Ron on Under the Bleachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've watched enough to where you could do a top 10, but I think you've watched enough to where you could do a top 5.
Probably so.
All right, and Wilson. I'm just curious if the Bulls have drafted any of their Tar Heels besides Michael Jordan. I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious. So, okay, how many Tar Heels have they drafted between Michael Jordan and was Michael? I don't think Michael Jordan was the only Tar Heel they drafted, but I'm trying to get the exact years here. Okay, so all right. So they took Kobe White in the 2019 NBA draft, I think. Yeah, and Kobe White's still on the Bulls. He's a shooting guard now, but maybe wait, hold on. Yeah, Kobe White's now a bench player on the Bulls, but he's still on the team that drafted him. So they have drafted their Tar Heels. I'm just being very dumb and very ignorant right now. They also took Shammond Williams in 1998 in the second round. And that's it. They only took Michael Jordan and Kobe White. Those are the only 2 Tar Heels the Bulls took in the first round. So that's interesting, though. But I think Caleb Wilson is the pick here at 4. What are you thinking, Joey, with the Bulls? It sounds like you want Williams saying we should go with Wilson.
Yeah, I like Wilson. I was actually debating him at 2. So I think Wilson is a really good pick here.
Yeah. Why does the NBA simulator have Boozer list? Oh, I never changed Boozer from a small forward to a power forward. That's on me, guys. That's on me. But regardless, I will make that change right now because I didn't even realize I forgot to make that change. So, yes, that's my fault. Joey's good. Boozer's a power forward. I don't know why. But yes, and now we'll get to number 5, the final pick in the top 5. I've got this mock thing listed up to 8 picks, but I want to save some bulletin points for next week. And now that the MLB Draft Simulator's at 38 players and there's 37 first-round picks, I want to start working on the first round of the MLB mock for July. Once I get done with the first round, I'm going to add more players to the MLB Simulator on Sundays. I will. Sundays are strictly going to be for the MLB draft content until we get, and then the rest of the week will be NBA and NHL draft content as we get closer to those 2 drafts. Whenever I'm not recording Draft Utopia or Under the Bleachers with William and Ron. But the Clippers, they're going to have, the Clippers traded Ivica Zubac. Ivica Zubac is a pacer. Ivica Zubac was the Clippers center for many years, but Ivica Zubac was the Clippers center for many years, and they traded him to the Pacers for a first-round pick, provided it was top 4 protected. What happens? The Pacers drop from 2 to 5 in the lottery, so the Clippers get this pick since the pick was not top 5 protected. It was only top 4 protected. And the Clippers, they've got Garland, they've got Leonard, they've got Derek Jones Jr. and Brook Lopez. You need a shooting guard to round out this group. Keaton Wagler is the reason Illinois made the Final Four. He is from Shawnee, Kansas. That is the hometown in Kansas I grew up in, the exact hometown. Before I
You're
moved to
from
Pittsburgh
Kansas?
in third grade, I lived in Shawnee, Kansas. So we've gotten a player from my hometown in Pittsburgh, Cole Young and Joey Porter Jr., 2 players from my old high school in the MLB, from my hometown in Kansas in the NBA draft. So, but yeah, Wagler 17.9 points per game, led Indiana to the Final Four. They went from the Lithuanian and Jaku Sionis to Wagler, and this team, they have built a track record of getting good guard play. He's an elite shooter, but playing defense was his weakness. But he's a fiery competitor. His teammates love him. So, and you add him as a complementary piece to Garland and Leonard. As long as Leonard sticks around, I think there is a championship window for the Clippers if they can keep this core intact. But Garland, Lopez, Leonard have to stick around. But you get Wagler. That's a huge addition, though, because Thunder own the Clippers. Could you imagine if the Pacers ended up at 2 and the Oklahoma City Thunder had won the lottery? Because the Clippers' first-round pick was unprotected. So if the Clippers had won the NBA lottery, Oklahoma City's picking at 1 and the Pacers are picking at 2. That would have pissed off everyone. But I've got Wagler here. He's the one shooting guard on the board, Joey. Only question is, are you going to take him or are you going to take another guy to groom behind Garland until his contract runs out? Because you've got Wagler. You've got Kingston Flemings. Kingston Flemings is a better defender. He's the best defender. Cuff and Brown are not great defenders, but they're both great shooters, great passers. Flemings is the one guy who does everything, but Wagler's probably the biggest need. So I'm imagining that narrows it down to Wagler and Flemings pretty quickly. Knowing that of these 4 guards, the only one that's good defensively is Flemings, but Wagler is the only combo guard. So I would imagine that makes your decision a lot easier.
Keep going down. I want to see what else they got here.
Cuff, he was the Arkansas point guard under Calipari, and Mikel Brown Jr., he was the Louisville point guard.
Yeah,
I only put 8 players later.
Oh, you only put, okay. Well, because I don't think any of these are great fits. So
I'll add more next week. And you can do 5 through 10 next week if you want to take a pass on this. Because instead of doing 6 through 10,
okay, I'll pass on it. Yeah, because I don't think that any of these are really the best fit for the Clippers. And
there is a shooting guard from Arizona in this draft as well that I'm probably going to mock to the Dallas Mavericks at number. Well, I'm actually thinking about putting Ade Mara on the Mavericks at 9 because as long as Kyrie Irving comes back, they're not going to need to put a point guard in the starting lineup, whereas they don't have that replacement for Davis. Derek Lively II averaged a meager 4.7 points per game after having over 10 points per game as a rookie in the 2024 NBA Finals. And then he regressed in year 2 to 9.3, and then year 3, 4.7. So I think I'm leaning Ade Mara, the Michigan center, the sophomore junior center from Michigan, who was on my radar a few years ago when he's in Europe. But I'm leaning Ade Mara at 9, Michigan center, because the Mavericks, they did trade Anthony Davis to the Wizards. So I'm kind of leaning Mara at 9. Yeah, that's probably the next player I'm going to add. And then the Bucks, I'm probably going to give them Nate Ament out of Tennessee, or I'll give them the shooting guard at Arizona. That might be a better fit for the Clippers. But those are the next 2 players I'm going to add to the simulator. But if there is a certain player you'd like me to, I can pull up the list of guys on Tankathon really quickly here. I can pull up the mock draft on Tankathon before we get back to the NHL draft here. See what Joey.
That was quick.
So Cuff Burries was on the board. That's the guy I'm going to put at 10. Ade Mara, I'm probably going to mock Ade Mara to the Mavericks at 9. I just think that is the best fit with Anthony. If Kyrie Irving comes back, there's a lot of people mocking point guard to the Mavericks, but if Kyrie Irving comes back 100% healthy in 26, 27, I don't see the point taking a point guard when you could try to contend next season. But if you're at the point where you want to get Kyrie Irving's successor, you could take a 2-year approach to this rebuild. But I think Mara, a junior and a national champion, a guy who's played overseas, but he played overseas, and then he went to UCLA, and then he transferred to Michigan. So,
my pick at 5 would either be stop scrolling. Burries or Ament, because they're scorers, they can do everything on the court, and they can defend.
Yes,
and
because
they've
Burries
got
is
nice
probably
size,
who I'm
not
going
great
to put
size,
at
but
10.
nice size.
So I'm going to have Mara. I'm debating Burries and Ament for the Bucks at 10. I'm debating back that I'm going to have those. I'll have those two on the simulator next week. I'll have those two on the simulator next week. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page before we moved into the NHL.
Yeah, because those are the two that I'm looking at 5. So
yeah, because I was debating between Wagler and Burries, but I went with Wagler.
I'm also looking at the Clippers just drafting a new logo because that thing is horrendous.
They added this. I'm trying to figure out, when did they add this logo?
I don't know, but it's a
logo.
Really generic Clipper ship that almost looks like
this Clippers logo is so bad, Joey. It looks like the boat that got blown up in Caddyshack. That's the first thing I think of when I think of that logo.
Yeah,
Joey,
it's a Clipper ship that looks like they have a whale embedded in the middle of it. It's like, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah. You remember the boat in Caddyshack?
Yeah. It gets blown up, yeah.
Nails is, he's got this cruise ship, and then, trying to think of the name here. Really, not Chevy D was amazing back in the day, but yeah. Rodney Dangerfield, he blows up Judge Smale's ship in Caddyshack. He blows up the boat in Caddyshack, and that's my first thought when I see the Clippers' current logo. And the only reason I pulled up the side, all right. So the Clippers, they've had this logo since 24-25. They had the original Clippers logo until 2015-2016, after Donald Sterling sold the team. And then they went with a more new school logo, and then they added the boat in 24-25. And then this year, the new outdoor arena opened. Yeah. So but I agree with you, Joey. This is easily the least appealing logo of any NBA team. All right. William, it is your turn. If you want to pick the player at 5, we can, you can, William, but Joey's probably just gonna. All right. I'm gonna pull up the NHL mock, and I'll pull up the NHL simulator as well, since Joey. we'll get 5 from 10 from Joey next week. We'll also so we've got a few ideas for a thumbnail. We can go with a Ment and Braden Burries, or we can go with a White Sox logo, or if we do introduce the MLB Draft Simulator. But I'm thinking right now we go with a Burries and a Ment, and we Photoshop that after. Okay, and there's the NHL Simulator. But all right, I've got the NHL mock up, and I think it's going to be Gavin McKenna. I've got the first 24 picks up. I'm only going to post the first 5 today because we've got the NFL schedule and we've got Williams rookie draft at 4 p.m. Eastern. So if we weren't in a hurry to do that, I would probably say we could do more than the first 6 weeks. But I'm going to try to get through this. And Toronto ends up moving up from 5-1 following the NHL Draft lottery. And Gavin McKenna, he is probably going to be the left winger on Toronto, and this is a guy we've been talking about him for 3 or 4 years now. This is the guy that Toronto's going to get. They're looking at Gavin McKenna and Ivar Stenberg, but I would think it's interesting because on Monday before the NHL lottery, Austin Matthews basically said, if Toronto does not have a good offseason, I'm not sure I'm coming back here. And then the next day they win the lottery. But the lottery's televised, the combinations are televised, so the drawings and the combinations, the odds as the final ball drops, all of that's televised. It's behind closed doors still in the NBA, but it's because it's shown, it legitimizes the NHL lottery to a degree. I still am against a lottery system, Joey, just like you, but because the numbers and the combinations are televised, I would think Gavin McKenna is going to go number 1. You've got Matthews and William Nylander, Toronto's 2014 first-round pick. That would be your first line of forwards, and then you'd have Matthew Nyes and Tavares on the second line. So you'd have a really good top 5 in your top 6 forwards. So, because Nyes is a 2021 second-round pick, he's approaching that all-star territory. He's got an 89 right now for overall, but he's approaching that all-star tier that Nylander and Matthews have been in for years. So, and you got Tavares, another former number 1 pick by the Islanders in 2009. You add Gavin McKenna to this core, I think it does change things, and it gives Toronto a chance to get back into that playoff picture. Gavin McKenna and Ivar Stenberg are the 2 players in this draft that could go straight to the NHL at age 18. They're the only 2 guys that I think could do that. And there's also a possibility McKenna goes back to Penn State this year and then comes up to the NHL in a limited capacity after his sophomore season. I think the Maple Leafs are going to try to bring Matthews up now for one reason. They don't have a 27 or a 28 first-round pick. And for that reason, the guy they draft at 1, whether it's McKenna or Stenberg, has to come up to the NHL this year. If they had those picks, they could play the waiting game. But since they traded those picks away, I think you have to bring whoever you draft at 1 up to the NHL right away. Yeah, it just adds more pressure if you're Toronto. And McKenna's a player I think McKenna and Stenberg are the 2 guys that I think will make the immediate jump to the NHL. And I'm going to load the simulator now. There's 24 players for William to choose from. Yeah, you get 3 times as many options as Joey. I know this is a little bit, but I know William's going McKenna at 1. I think all of us would take McKenna at 1. That's really saying something. And,
he's simply the best player in this draft.
He is. There's no question about that.
He's tough, talented. He's a playmaker. Sticks up for his mom, all kinds of stuff like that. Punches dudes in the face and whatever else. And I see that as something that you can't really.
Yep, and then I gave the Sharks Ivar Stenberg at 2. They are, according to reports, they're looking at 3 players. Those 3 players are Ivar Stenberg, Albert Smith's a defenseman on Jukurit, and Carson Carell's a defenseman on the Prince George Cougars. So if Toronto takes Stenberg at 1, there is an outside chance San Jose passes on McKenna. I don't think it's very likely, but there is an outside chance. Because San Jose's loaded up at forward, whether it's Celebrini, Will Smith, Mike Misa, they've loaded up forward. They need some more bodies on that defense, and Ivor Stenberg is a stud left winger. You would have Stenberg, Celebrini, Will Smith on the first line, Igor Chernyshov, Michael Misa, William Eklund on the second line. You'd have a deadly top six. You'd have a deadly first and second line of forwards. A first and second line that would be up there with teams like Dallas, Colorado, Edmonton, when McDavid and Draisaitl are healthy. Vegas Golden Knights. You get Ivor Stenberg, you're going to have a top six that is up there with the best teams in this conference, whether it's Minnesota, Dallas, Colorado, Anaheim, Vegas, Edmonton. Your top six in terms of your forward star power is going to be up there with the best of the best. But you're still going to need defensive help. But I can't blame the Sharks if they go for Stenberg here, because he is my number 2 player. I've got a feeling William might go a different route, because I know you were not as impressed with Stenberg when we watched his tape on Draft Utopia a few weeks ago. You were not overly impressed with his tape. I really like Malhotra too, but the Sharks are loaded at center. They drafted Will Smith, Celebrini, and Misa, who are all centers, and Keaton Verahoff's another guy I really like.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the 2 defensemen they're looking at are Carrells, who's 6 on my board, and Smits, who's 7. So, I mean, what are you thinking at 2? This is a little bit of a tougher pick to make.
Well, taking the pro-ready guy is probably, like I said,
Stenberg's probably the one guy outside of McKenna that can make the jump to the NHL at age 18. Everyone else is going to need some additional time to develop.
Yeah, and I know Smith is about a year out. Everything else, I would definitely have to go Stenberg here. I mean,
yeah.
It's just
so far, William and myself have the same top 2, and now we're going to get back to Vancouver. And Caleb Malhotra, a guy we talked about on Under the Bleachers, this is a guy who I think's going 3rd, and a lot of mocks now have him going 3rd, but he's the son of Manny Malhotra. His mom, Joanne, played soccer at Victoria, and father is NBA superstar Steve Nash. So, Malhotra, I think Malhotra's going to go 3rd because everyone in the top 5 outside of San Jose and Toronto wants this guy, William. Vancouver wants him because Manny Malhotra is the one staple Vancouver has. The Abbotsford Canucks coach is the one staple Vancouver has. Their GM retired and they fired their head coach, so they don't have Malhotra as the staple in right now. So and Chicago's looking at Malhotra since Kyle Davidson, their GM, has drafted a player from Brantford each of the last 3 years. Oh, and Manny Malhotra, the NHL team we played for, New York Rangers, they're picking 5th, by the way. So not only are the Blackhawks interested in him, and the Rangers, the 2 teams picking after Vancouver, Chicago. So I think reason alone, Vancouver for that pick him. And he ended up taking the first line center job from Jake O'Brien, 8th pick in last year's draft. And I've been hearing for a few weeks leading up to the lottery, Malhotra was going to be the pick if they failed to secure the lottery. Now, Malhotra's going to Boston University this fall. He's going to compete with Tynan Lawrence, another center in the draft, to be the first line center on Boston U. And I think he'll win that competition, and he'll probably get signed to an NHL contract after his freshman season, provided he beats out Tynan Lawrence, who played on the second line as a true freshman in a limited capacity this past season. And you get Malhotra, you get long-term stability at center. So Vancouver's first line, DeBrusk, Peterson, Brock Bozer, 2015 first-round pick. Second line would be Liam Ogren, who you got in the Quinn Hughes trade. Marco Rossi, the center you got in the Quinn Hughes trade, and Linus Karlsson. And then the third line, you'd have Ty Muller, who's a fourth-line center, two-way forward. You'd have Malhotra as the third-line center, and you'd have Nils Hoglander as the right winger. And then they drafted Braden Coots in the 15th overall in the first round of last year's draft, and Atu Ratti, who they got in the trade that sent their that sent one of their impact players to the New York Islanders that they drafted, Bo Horvat. They traded Bo Horvat to the Islanders, and they got Aatu Ratti back in that trade. And even though Quinn Hughes is gone, Hronek, number 2 defenseman, and Zeb William, Minnesota's 2024 first-round pick, 12th overall out of Denver, comes in, and you got Willander and Peterson, Kirill Kudrasev, Elias Nils Peterson. You're going to have guys coming back. So just looking at things, I think there's a lot of players in this group that are very talented, and I'm looking at Vancouver's situation here. I think this is going to be, at number 3, this pick is going to be Malhotra, because it's a very deep defensive draft, and Vancouver, they're in a long rebuild. They're probably going to get a left winger at 24 with the pick they got from the Wild, with the Avalanche knocking out Minnesota, with Minnesota blowing a 3-0 lead to Colorado after outshooting 10-0 in the first period. I mean, Vancouver's going to have 3 and 24, and I would think since they only have 3 left wingers on their NHL roster, they'll go left winger at 24, and then they'll use rounds 2 through 7 to get additional prospects that can be developed in the prospect pool to fill up the prospect pipeline. So that's what I'm thinking is going to end up happening. So we'll see.
Yeah, and we talked about Malhotra a lot on Under the Bleachers, and just what kind of talented kid this is, being a legacy and having the hockey IQ, that
it's there. And Elias Peterson, even though he's a very good number 1, he was a very good number 1 center, 5th overall pick in 2017. Elias Peterson has been, I mean, he had a very good career, and then Vancouver realized they had to pay him, so they, in 24-25, they gave him after the 23-24 was the year Vancouver, it was the year Vancouver got the 1 seed in the Western Conference, and then the 8-year contract they gave Elias Peterson took effect. They're paying him $11.6 million, and the last 2 years, he's going to enter year 3 of that 8-year deal next year. But Elias Peterson, he went from having 89 points in 82 games when Vancouver was the 1 seed and won the Pacific Division to having 45 points in 64 games after getting the $11.6 million. And then he's only had 51 points in 74 games. So if he does not get to that 78, that 89, 102 point volume that Peterson had in 22, 23, 20, 24, if he does not get back to that, Malhotra's a guy who could easily end up jumping Peterson if he dominates the NHL level, because he's a ball of energy. I've compared him to Modano just from a personality/energy standpoint. I don't know if he's got Modano's ceiling, but yeah, Malhotra is going to be the pick for William at 3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the Blackhawks at 4, this is where things get interesting. I want Keaton Verhoff here, another player we talked about on Under the Bleachers. Chicago sent a ton of scouts to college hockey tournament games. They were tracking guys they drafted, but they were also outside of the guys that they drafted who got eliminated. The guy they were looking at extensively was Keaton Verhoff, my number 2 player behind Gavin McKenna entering the season, and he falls to 4. Stenberg was 3 in my preseason rankings. Malhotra came out of nowhere, but
I thought I would
Victoria's
guy here, Chris, on it, and bring up Keith Verhoff, we talked about
this is a guy we talked about on Under the Bleachers. His defense is really good.
This is a hell of a player, man. I love him. If I was taking
and he beat out a team captain as a 16-year-old on the Victoria Royals. Yeah. So he leads by example. Yeah. And Artyom Lashunov, I know he was the number 2 pick in the 24 NHL draft after they took Connor Bedard, but he spent his sophomore year at Michigan State. Then he came up in a limited capacity last year. This was his first full season in the NHL, and the goalie had to guide him. The goalie had to give him a TED Talk. So he had a rough rookie season. And I still think Lashunov can be a first-line defenseman, but he might be a number 2 on the first line instead of a number 1. Verhoff, I think, is a number 1. But is he going to get treated as a number one, or is he going to get treated as a number two? Because Levshunov was the second pick in the draft. Verhoff was the fourth pick. I think Verhoff can be a number one and push Levshunov down to two. And then you'd have Rinzel and Vlasic on the second line. There were a lot of Blackhawks fans hyping up Rinzel in the summer because he finished the year with a bang last year in limited action. Then he came back down to reality. Vlasic, who's been a number two defenseman on the first line for many years, had a down year finally. And Korchinski, you drafted him 7th overall in 2022. He's been in the AHL. Then you got Wyatt Kaiser, your number 6 defender. So, I mean, that third line, Korchinski, I think Korchinski and Kaiser can work on the third line, but that third line was very inconsistent throughout the season. Vlasic took a step back. Rinzel took a step back. Levshunov took a step back. And I think that made things hard for the Blackhawks. The goaltending was steady with Drew Commesso and Spencer Knight, who you traded for. Spencer Knight was the Florida Panthers' backup goalie. You traded for him. He had a good year. Commesso, 2020 second-round pick, had a good year. And the Blackhawks now have 5 good centers. Connor Bedard, Anton Frondell, 3rd pick in last year's draft. Sasha Boisvert, 2024 first-round pick. Oliver Moore. And they gave Frank Nazar a 7-year contract. He was a 22 first-round pick after Korchinski. So you've got Nazar, you've got Moore and Boisvert competing for that 4th lob. You've got stability at center goalie, but you don't have those star wingers on the first line to complement Bedard. And because you ended up dropping from 2 to 4, you're going to have to wait another year to get one of those star wingers. You have 2 or 3 second-round picks, but again, you don't have another first-round pick. But Kyle Davidson, he's shown he's not afraid to trade multiple seconds to move back into the first, if you look at his 24 and 25 NHL drafts.
Yeah. And like I said, this is the point where it comes down to, you might want to take that defenseman, but like you said, man, this is the best player in the draft. The best defenseman in the draft.
Yeah.
If I had my choice, this is who I'm picking.
I agree. And then the Rangers at number 5. I don't know what the Rangers are going to do at number 5, to be honest, William. But I've heard they reportedly love Malhotra, but they don't think he's going to be here. There's 2 defensemen they're looking at. Their top left-sided defenseman is Carson Karels from the Prince George Cougars. Their top right-sided defenseman is Chase Reed from the Prince Albert Raiders. They're also looking at Chase Reed's on the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, but he's going to Michigan State this fall. And the other right-sided defenseman they're looking at is Daxon Rudolph, former number 1 pick in the 2023 WHL draft, actually drafted ahead of Keaton Verhoff in that 23 WHL draft. So that also featured Karels. So they're looking at a defenseman. They're looking at 3 in particular, Karels, Reed, and Rudolph. I went with Reed. Personally, I would take Karels or Rudolph, but I went with Reed because he's the guy who has the most traction right now. There's a lot of people that say Reed's the best defender in the draft. He could go as early as number 2 to San Jose, and he was a guy who was a number 1 defenseman his +1 year, but he really improved his shooting, which was his main weakness coming into the year. And he did so well improving his shooting that both Corey Prongman and Scott Wheeler, they are basically the Dane Brugler for NHL draft content at The Athletic. They both have Reed as the number 1 defenseman in this draft instead of Verhoff, which I don't agree with, William. But again, the fact that they're that high on him, I believe this is the guy the Rangers are going to end up picking because they have Fox and Gavrikov. They have 2 number 1 defensemen. Schneider showed he could play on the second line after playing on the third line most of his career. And he got some top line minutes too with Adam Fox missing most of the season. Yeah. You've got Drew Fortescue, a 2023 third-round pick who made the NHL late in the season. Now you're number 4 defenseman. So if you draft Chase Reed, you can stash him in Michigan State. And then both Chase Reed and E.J. Emery, 2024 first-round pick out of North Dakota, late first-round pick, would be bottom-pairing defensemen on the third line next season. Or at the end of the college hockey season. So you could have both those guys up for the playoffs next year if you get in. And if you don't get in, you get another high pick, and then you make another run in 27, 28. So that's why I want a guy you. I think better options are Carell's and Rudolph, but I'm wondering what Williams going to.
I'm gonna part ways with you on this one right here. I believe that Carson Carell can come in and actually, the Rangers are an experienced team.
Yeah.
I think they might need something to start building more of a base and get some development going for.
Yeah.
For,
I went with Chase Reed because I think that's who they're going to take. But if it were up to me, I would take either. Those are the guys they're targeting.
Yeah, I'm going for the more maybe developmental, more prospect kind of guy. To build, to.
Yeah, and I think this is a good pick, William. I mean, Carson Carell's, he was a quarterback on the power play, took a lot of pressure off last year's first-round goalie, Joshua Ravensbergen. And, yeah, so you'll get 6 from 10 for William next week. I will show you guys, and now we're going to get to the playoff predictors. We're going to get to the football portion of the show, which is weeks 1 through 6 of the NFL season. So we might do more depending on how we feel, but I don't want to be here past 2 or 3 p.m. So, because rookie draft 4, and I am considering that as well. Yep. So, and other new achievements this year, qualifier round. Qualifier 16 players on the home team are eligible to win the poll question, but only the top 5 will be picked to move on to the week 1 poll question. For example, we've already got the first qualifier, the week 1 qualifier. We've got 3 for Jackson Smith-Njigba. We've got 2 for Joe Burrow. 3 for Brock Bowers. So those are going to be 3 of the finalists. We also have 2 for Jackson Dart. So that leaves Aiden Hutchinson, Bryce Young, Brian Thomas Jr., Justin Herbert, and Patrick Mahomes. Okay. We will... All right, since William... All right, so we have Burrow will be number 3, Dart will be 4. So Aiden Hutchinson, Bryce Young, Trey. I'm going to abstain from my nominees. Like, if my nominee only got 1 vote, I'm going to abstain from that being fit. So, the Panthers are hosting a team in week 1, the Bears, and the Lions are hosting the Saints. So, William nominated Aiden Hutchinson, Tracy nominated Bryce Young. I'm going to let Joey decide that tiebreaker for week 1 now that William has voted and we've got some additional information here. So, again, it'll be interesting. Week 2, I do have a qualifier for that, but we'll get to that later. But I've got the week 1 schedule up. I've also got a blank sheet. I've got a blank sheet for... I'm going to exit out of this NHL Draft tab. I can always reload it later after the show. And I've got a PFN simulator. So if Joey or William wants to simulate the first 6 weeks, I can do that. I've got a Brave browser. William, do you want to have a simulator on PFN, or do you want me to load a PFN simulator? Because I've got a simulator in the Brave browser for Joey. I'm going to load one up for you as well, a blank simulator. So I'm going to upload, so yes, because I know there's going to be games William and Joey disagree with me on. So I'm going to let them, I'll screen share their picks, but at the same token, I've got 3 browsers, Google, DuckDuckGo, and the Brave browser here, and yeah. So I've got to load William's schedule in DuckDuckGo, and then I've got to load Joey's schedule. And then I'll break down my week 1 games and who I pick to win each game, and then I'll screen share Joey's screen as well as mine. I don't know if I'll be able to screen share all of these screens in Google Chrome. I might have to go out of Google Chrome and then into if William or Joey does pass on having their game shown on the simulator, I could probably start things a lot sooner, but I'm taking a few minutes to simulator in case Joey and William both want to pick games. So, all right, I've got the playoff predictor loaded on DuckDuckGo. All right, so I've the week 1 set up on DuckDuckGo, and I've got week 1 set up on the Brave. William's getting DuckDuckGo because he's the coolest, and I think he'd have the most success of the three of us hunting ducks. So William gets the DuckDuckGo browser. You get the Brave browser because you're brave. And I get the Google Chrome browser. All right. Okay, so week 1, I do have Seattle beating my Patriots in the Wednesday night game. That is the first game of the year. Does anyone else have does anyone else think the Patriots have a chance to beat the Seahawks and get even with them? Does anyone else think the Patriots have a chance? Or anyone want to pick the Patriots of the three of us here? I'm taking that silence as a no. It's in Seattle. They're getting their rings. The Patriots are still marred by the Vrabel scandal to a degree. And I just think that they're not as focused as they need to be. But it's early. There's still time. Maybe they come out pissed off. We'll see. But
Sorry about that. Anyway.
No worries. You're good. Joey, William, who do you guys want in the Seattle-New England game? I will let either you speak as soon as you...
Seattle or New England? Of course, I definitely want to see New England come back a little bit and show something that didn't happen last year in the Super Bowl versus the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And I mean, they did lose a few free agents. I don't think that they had the greatest draft, especially taking Jadarian Price in the first round. Of course, New England got another offensive tackle. That's New England pick all day long. So, but I think Drake May is going to be have that what he needs to actually beat this team, because now that he's seen what their defense looks like, or at least did in the Super Bowl, he's got a much better idea, and he's got a better, hopefully more gelled offensive line in front of him. I mean,
sounds like Williams taking my Patriots to win. Joey? This is Williams' bracket, by the way, so I'm just going to fill out... Crap, I meant to pick the Patriots. Sorry about that. I'm going to make sure to pick your Niners to beat the Rams, which is the next game, and the Patriots, just to save us some time here. We'll get to Bears-Panthers. Don't worry, folks. But I'm going to make sure those two games in Williams' bracket are filled out.
I take the Bears and Titans in the next two.
I will... Do you want the Seahawks and the Rams like me, Joey, or do you want the Patriots and Niners like William?
Patriots and Rams.
I've got... All right. I've got a separate bracket for... Hide the sharing window. I don't want you to stop sharing. I don't like this freaking ad. It looks like a pop-up ad. Restream is sharing a window, and my options are either hide or stop sharing. I don't want to stop sharing. I don't want the freaking pop-up ad. I don't want all these functions acting as pop-up ads, Restream. It's like, Come on. And then you take my screen sharing away and do this shit. All right, there we go. Now we go back from the demo to welcome. All right. I'll cool it. I just got to click the welcome button, but it's just a pain in the butt having to jump through all these hoops. It really is. And while that loads, I'm going to pull up the Brave browser. Joey's got the Patriots and Rams. You said Panthers and Titans, Joey, or did you meant Bears and Titans?
Bears and Titans.
Okay, I've got the Panthers pulling the upset in this one, I think. But regardless, I will. I just want to make sure this browser is working, and we're back on the welcome stream. Okay, there we are, and I've got my streaming thing here, and then I just want to make sure mine is loading and everything's working. I did take the Panthers, and I did take the I did take the Panthers.
Sorry if I'm in and out a little bit, because I'm also trying to get a book published at the same time I'm doing this. So just bear with me. I'm with you.
Yeah, I know you're with me. This is William's bracket, and I'll update Joey's bracket. I'll show you guys Joey's bracket in a second. But since Joey already made his 2 picks, I think we'll just I'll show you his bracket. Bears or Panthers. I feel like you're going to take the Titans as well at home, but the Bears Panthers is probably the toughest game to pick. One of the tougher games.
Yeah. Give me the Panthers. I think the Bears, you know, after last year, were living a rather high, you know, after having Ben Johnson come in and, you know, let Caleb Williams do some of that hero ball kind of stuff, you know. But you know, I think Carolina, you know, they put together a halfway solid team. You know, I mean, getting McMillan last year and then Brazel this year. I mean, going along with Xavier Legette. I don't think they didn't get a tight end, did they? Are they still on Mitchell Evans and Tommy Tremble?
They've got Jadavian Sanders, Mitchell Evans, and Tremble. They're rolling with that core of tight ends. All right. I did take the Saints over the Lions. So. I did take the Lions over the Saints, not the Saints over the Lions. But this is Joey's bracket so far, and then I'll get back to Williams' bracket. But I'm guessing you guys both want the Lions, and then the Bengals-Buccaneers game, we'll give Joey a few minutes to think that over, Baker versus Burrow, but I'm guessing you guys both want the Lions, correct?
Yeah.
You both want the Lions over the Saints. I've got the Lions over the Saints as well.
Yeah, I agree. Lions over the Saints, and I want Baker in that game.
All right. I think I've got Burrow in that game, but this is a game that's this could honestly go either way. William, do you know who you want in that game? The AFC NFC game. I did pick the Bengals in that game.
I'll take the Bucs.
All right, so you're both taking the Bucs here.
Yep.
All right, I took the Ravens over the Colts. I'm double checking to make sure that's what I actually did before. Yeah, I took the Ravens over the I took the Ravens over the and then yeah. So looking at this
What was I doing?
Ravens Colts, or you guys both Colts. That's the game we're on. And then we'll get to Browns Jaguars, which I told Joey earlier this week. That's the Week 1 game in Jacksonville before the schedule came out. I knew that was the game
Ravens.
Wednesday night. Yep.
I'm taking Ravens here.
Sounds like that is. Restream, can you not lag like an MFer?
Mm-hmm.
So I can share
Absolutely
William's
not.
screen or my screen. It's like, can you not lag like an MFer? Restream.
Absolutely not. It must lag.
Now it's not lagging. Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So again,
Mark my book.
now it's going to the demo. But William, do you know you got the Ravens as well over the
Yes, sir.
Colts?
Yes, sir. I will take
All
that.
right.
You know, Jones isn't going to be ready for the season. And his backup was Riley Leonard right now. Yeah, I'll definitely take the Ravens all day with their new wide receiver core and all that good stuff.
Jones won't be ready for the season when he's healthy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when he's healthy.
He
got
he's
hurt
still
at the
not
end
going
of
to.
last season, tore an Achilles.
I took the Jags over the Browns, but I think the Jags' running game without ETN is going to be very sus.
Yeah.
So that's why the Browns could steal this game. But I am taking the Jags.
I'm taking the Browns, but I'm taking the Browns in a very close game. This is an interesting game for the fact that the Browns are installing all new stuff, but at the same time, like you said, Chris, Jaguars kind of took a step back. And I think it's
and PFN saying fuck you, the fuck you are. PFN saying the fuck you are taking the Browns in a close game. You're taking the Browns by 15.
You're taking the Browns in a blowout.
They're going full Jason Bateman. They're going full Jason Bateman here. The Jason Bateman movie meme where he goes the fuck you are.
Yeah.
That's basically their response to you taking the Browns in a close win.
Yeah.
No, you're taking the Browns in a blowout.
And here's the thing I saw, and this really pissed me off because I went on the Ticketmaster. I was going to get a ticket for the game. Because Jaguar Stadium is limited capacity, individual tickets start at like $180 for one ticket. And it's like, I'm going full Jason Bateman on that one. Like, the fuck you are? It's like, no, absolutely not. I ain't paying that. $200 for one ticket? What do they do? $100 for a beer? It's like, hell, guys, just settle it down. You're getting a new stadium. You don't need to, put everybody in the city of Jacksonville into bankruptcy. But the biggest thing here, I'm hearing a lot of things about both Boston and Concepcion coming out of camp that I'm loving. And I'm actually starting to hear that by the time regular camp starts, with the improvement Bonds made, Jerry Jeudy might be looking at being the number 3 or number 4 receiver in that. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to the wide receivers. Do these rookies actually make the impact that people say they're going to? And if they do, because I have a lot more confidence in the offensive line this year than I did last year, and with Jacksonville kind of taking a step back a little bit, especially with their running game, I'm looking at that and saying, hey, maybe a 3 to 7 point game, like what Pro Football Network says, because obviously they're wrong. And I think it'll be a close game. I think it'll be an exciting game.
And these scores are randomly generated, by the way. These scores are randomly generated, and I think I can type in a different score since Joey thinks this game's going to be
all
close.
right. The last few years, I've been, talking about, I think that every team needs at least 2 good tight ends, and I said before the draft, the Jags had to go out there and get one. Of course, Nate Bachker or whatever his name is in the second round was a reach. That guy is a blocking tight end and blah, 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 blah. Brent Strange has never realized into anything. But they picked up Tanner Kozio, my tight end 4, and they got I think this is going to be like the Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft kind of thing that happened in Green Bay. Tanner is going to prove that he's 6'7", former basketball player, got the catch radius of freaking Spider-Man. You know, you just got to stick an arm up and catch passes near the red zone. And you know, now the Jags have at least enough tight end talent to, you know, get into those 12 and 13 personnel sets. And well, you know, I love, you know, Harold Fannin. I had a first round pick on him last year and everything else for the Browns. But, you know, I mean, I think the Jags are just going to be too much for him. You know, they've got new play toys on offense. You know, running game, big deal. You know, they've got Bashad Tootin, and he wasn't that great, but you know, I mean, there are going to be some other running backs that can definitely step up. You know, they had to feed for their future. Letting a running back go, you know, is nothing because they're the lowest paid. You know, least life expectancy in the NFL position that there is, you know, so big deal.
They did draft another offensive lineman for depth, I believe.
Yeah.
The Jags did, but
well,
and
they've got really good depth on that offensive
they're
line.
going to be, you know, gelling all that together and getting those tight ends in there. Like I said, the one from Texas A&M in the second round, he is more of a blocking tight end, but you know, so was George Kittle in college. Maybe he
was
something,
awful.
but
Tanner be a steal.
He looked kind of plain like Raritan did at the combine. However, I think that doesn't mean that he can't develop, and there's no pressure on him at the position because of Brenton Strange and Tanner Koziol right there, and they are going to get into some red zone threats that are going to be unstoppable and score a lot of points, man. And so I definitely take the Jags in this game right here.
Well,
right.
The thing that William that you got to remember about losing ATN is not his every run ability, but every 3 or 4 runs he's going to break a long one, and that's what the Jags are losing is that threat of that long big play
That
run
home run.
and running.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's what so many of these running backs are missing is that, you know, last year, just that breakaway. And there's still a few of them that have it, but there's so many that are solid that just don't have that breakaway, but they're still going to get everything that they need until they get them into position in the red zone to put those tight ends to work in that offensive line and just dominate. So, I mean,
now
outside of Travis Hunter
just comes out.
Yeah, and I love Hunter, man. I love Hunter as a receiver. Absolutely. You know, I mean,
yes. And they got Emmanuel
still going to be
Brennan
playing
in the
both.
third round,
You know,
left guard behind. Yeah.
So I mean,
but this is the thing though. The Jags outside of Hunter, their corners aren't that great. I like Lewis as a nickel, but Monteric Brown, he's solid. He's not a high upside corner, and I think as if Brown is going up against Judy and Hunter and Lewis step up, I think you can limit the Browns' passing game. But if Brown is going up against one of these rookie receivers, I think that rookie, whether it's Boston or Conception, torches him, and that's the game. But I still think Jags win because I think.
What I really love about this game is that they're two really young teams with really bright futures if their coaches can get everything together. And it should be a fun game if everything clicks on both sides. It should be a really fun game.
We're going to get the Steelers Falcons now. I do have the Steelers winning, and there's one big reason why. Caleb McGarry retired at right tackle, so Tua's blind side is now former Chiefs right tackle Jawan Taylor, since Tua and Penix both throw with their left hand. So Jawan Taylor, the most penalized tackle in the league, in the sloppiest right tackle, and T.J. Watt lines up against the right tackle, so I just think Watt is going to go off in this game, and I think the Steelers, they find a way to win this. Unless Rodgers doesn't come back. If Rodgers doesn't come, even if Rodgers didn't come back, I still think they could win this game without Rodgers. But, you know, Pittsburgh has one of the better defenses in the league. That's why I'm taking the Steelers. But I'm not high on either of these teams. personally. I don't think
Well,
either of these teams did enough.
I thought you were going to say the X factor would be Aaron Rodgers is off of his Mardi Gras holiday that he never comes off of in the offseason. You know, it is late cabin retreat where he has no power and everything's in darkness, and he's singing Simon and Garfunkel.
I'm turned into the Stay Puft Mark during his darkness retreat. I'm sorry I don't have that bulletin board material for you that you braved so desperately.
But I didn't say anything about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I said he was.
I did. I brought it up just because I
said he was a hippie listening to Simon and Garfunkel. He was a hippie listening to Simon and Garfunkel, and he's now going to be an angry hippie listening to angrier Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah,
and I thought you meant
but
that.
I think
anyway,
I
can't wait. I can't wait to see what Drew Aller can do, and how this is going to end up. You know, I feel that he's been one of the most experienced quarterbacks in this draft against the top competition from the beginning. He didn't start out against some Division II, some bullshit school. This is a
Falcons don't have a center or right tackle, and the Steelers' offense has got some kinks in the armor too. And Atlanta improved their defense in the draft. Avian Terrell, and they've got James Pierce. They've got the Notre Dame safety we liked in last year's draft.
Oh yeah.
No,
that was Xavier Watt. But yeah,
I agree with you on Drew Aller because I've said it for a long time. Drew Aller has all the tools, but the problem is he did not progress his freshman year to his last year, and I blame that on the coaches.
He didn't even start his freshman year. Sean Clifford started his freshman year, Joey. He started as a true sophomore. I know it's a very minor detail, but it's like
games.
And Sean Clifford was like a 6-year senior or some shit like that too. But no, Drew Aller, dude, he is tough as hell, and he went toe to toe with the best that Ohio State had to offer. So many of that defense that is in the NFL, that were the top picks, and he did well against them. I mean, he went through some adversity, but look what that team went through. Outside Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, who did they have for receivers, and who did they have for tight end? Khalil Dinkins. This guy, I don't know, man. I mean, that's who they had, and Aller dealt with that. He went through adversity, and I feel that that's a sneaky good move. And him being the hometown kid, of course, they already did that with Kenny Pickett. But this is not Kenny Pickett. It's going to be a low-scoring game, but I like Pickett, man. This is not Kenny Pickett. This is one tough son of a bitch, dude. And I like Drew Aller, and so.
Sounds like
screw Aaron Rodgers.
And I are both taking the Steelers, William.
Yeah.
I don't know what Joey's doing.
Yeah.
He's trying to come up with a case for a Falcons, but both these teams have pretty depleted.
There is
better defense than they do offense.
Injury-plagued quarterbacks, aren't exactly a way to go. And
coaching, but I'm a players guy. I mean, I basically 90% of my picks are based off of the players versus. I don't put as much stock into coaching as I do players.
It takes balance to get where I am with that, and but I've seen some of the best coaches like Shanahan do what he did last year, and then I've seen some of the best players do the same thing. So it's nature nurture kind of thing there. There's a balance to it, and it depends who it is, what the variables are. So.
Yeah.
There is nothing that could make me think the Falcons are going to win this game because maybe they'll throw out a 5 or 6 tight end set. I'm not sure. I mean,
and then the freaking Steelers are going to put out, the Washington Monument, 6'7" Darnell Washington, and freaking the other Penn State tight end, the good one.
The good one.
The good one.
Fryermuth.
Fryermuth.
Pat Fryermuth.
I love that guy, dude. Another 6'6", 6'7" dude. You know, I mean, come on. You know, they can do that as well. And then they got Jeremy Bernard running slot, you know, with Michael Pittman, a very experienced and very talented receiver, you know, that didn't have a quarterback for years. So, I mean, no, man, there's nothing that I can make to make the Falcons win this game.
Oops, these are Williams picks. I meant to share Joey's picks, but I accidentally shared Williams picks, I think.
Let's see how you are.
But I screwed up there, but we'll go back to this is there's multiple screens. I've got 3 different browsers for each of our games. This is a little bit harder for me, but you know. But Bills Texans, who do you guys like in the Bills Texans game? I took the Bills. I think that with the additions they made in the draft.
Yeah, the additions they made in the draft, Skylar Bell, he's my favorite receiver in this draft. You know, I mean, Houston obviously has, if not, you know, one of the best, if not the best defense in the league. You know, I mean, one of the best cornerbacks in Stingley. You know, I mean, but it's going to be, might not be, it's going to be a hell of a game, man. You know, but I like Josh Allen, you know, and I always like Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid, and now James Cook actually, you know, started coming on real solid, you know, now that they got that offensive line gelling a little bit better than it was, and Josh Allen isn't running for his life, you know. I mean, they have become more consistent, but you know, then again, it's Josh Allen. He's the best quarterback in the league. What are you going to do about it? He's going to beat the best defense in the league. So,
all right. So these are Joey's picks, by the way, guys. See, because you see the Browns, you see the Titans. You take the Bills and Texans is a tough game to pick because Houston's got a really good defense, and they did beat the Bills last year when Stroud was in concussion protocol. But I think the Bills are going to make a statement here, and I like Buffalo, but Williams taking Buffalo as well.
Yeah, I got Buffalo.
And yet Buffalo, so you see the and then the next game, it is the Dolphins, it's the Raiders. I just have a little bit more confidence in Kirk Cousins than I do in Malik Willis, so I took the Raiders at home to be 1-0, so I've got Warren's Raiders winning the season opener. Shit.
Oh, what game were we on?
Raiders Dolphins.
Oh, Raiders Dolphins. Oh, that's interesting.
It's in Vegas.
I don't like Malik Willis very much as a quarterback. You know, I definitely like Quinn Ewers, but you know, new regime or a promotion, and you know, pulling in that guy depends on where it's at, because you know, I mean, and the Raiders are going to be the Raiders. Mendoza isn't going to play this year. You know, I mean, Tom Brady talks so much about developing quarterbacks over years, and Mendoza is raw, man. And
and this is a game where Cousins is going to deal. He's going up against the Dolphins, and I think the Raiders do enough to win for their home.
I'm going to say the Raiders for sure. You know, I mean, they've got Brock Bowers, they've got Michael Mayer, they've got Ashton Genty, they've got a whole bunch of players, you know, and it has to start going right somewhere. I can see Pete Carroll was washed. I mean, he always, you know, and I mean, but having Kubiak come in there is going to be a good thing, you know. I mean, and like I said, I definitely see the Raiders winning. You know, this is going to be 11 o'clock. You know, Kirk Cousins. You know, he's got a ton of weapons, and yeah, he can operate that offense, and they're gonna, you know, bring Mendoza slowly behind him. Slowly behind him. I don't think he's going to play at all this year, and I don't think
I don't have Mendoza or Beck playing until after the bye weeks for each team.
I don't have Mendoza playing until next year, and that's maybe. He needs a lot of development. He's done a lot of simplistic things, simplistic offensive plays drawn on the dirt in college, and I think Brady preaches developing quarterback over years. That's what he said. He spent all that time at Michigan doing. Was learning snap counts, getting all that whatsoever, and that's because that's what it was. You can see it on tape, man.
All right.
And
who you got
and
in
take
this one?
time to develop.
Who do you got in
Raiders.
this
I've got a lot of beer and a lot of tears for this game. Fernando Mendoza, I never saw a whole lot of him. He was absolutely spectacular when he was making one read. He threw about 50%, if my eyes tell me anything, when making more than two reads. I mean, he's not a great quarterback. He's an athletic guy. But he, like William said, he needs so much development. If it was, a strong QB class, he might not have even been a first-round pick.
Yeah.
So I think Kirk Cousins is going to start. He's going to be steady. He is, for better or worse, going to teach Mendoza a lot of things.
Yep.
You can debate whether it's for better or worse or not, but that's a subject for a different time.
Yeah.
But I think the Raiders have more weapons and a more reliable quarterback. And the Dolphins have pretty much gone through a fire sale.
Yeah.
So early on, I'm going to go with the Raiders in an early win.
Okay. Joey's taking the Raiders. The next game is the Cardinals and the Chargers. I don't have any confidence in Minshew or Brissett. I took the Chargers to beat the Cardinals at home.
I agree with that. Carson Beck was the best quarterback in this
Basically,
draft.
until
However,
the Cardinals start Carson Beck, I'm going to pick them to lose every game. That's how little confidence I have with Brissett and
Minshew are backups at best, career backups. They've been that way. Carson Beck has the hardware to go along with it. He's got the experience. I mean, he is the most pro-ready quarterback. He is the best quarterback in this draft. And when he gets put in there with Jeremiah Love behind him and Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson and Tyler Algier and Trey Benson and just all these guys that they have down there, Beck is going to succeed like none other, dude. And I love seeing him go to the Cardinals and get surrounded by those guys, dude. It's like there's an all-out arms race, in the NFC West outside of, what the Niners are doing, which is just kind of whatever. But, I mean, Carson Beck, this is such an underrated pick, such an underrated deal. And I like the Cardinals here.
You're taking the Cardinals You're taking the Cardinals if they start Beck, but if they don't, you're taking the Chargers.
No. Yeah, I'm definitely taking the Chargers, but that's what I meant. Sorry,
yeah, I agree.
I got twisted Beck, in words.
As soon as they start Beck, they're going to become a trendy pick to upset teams.
Yes. Until then, no. And the Chargers are just going to maul them. The Harbaugh way in the trenches and with the running game.
And their offensive line's on pace to be fully healthy for week 1. So knowing that, I'm guessing Joey's picking the Chargers as well.
For sure.
I'll take the Chargers.
The next game is Packers-Vikings. You've got Jordan Love versus the guy who got his hand stuck in the cookie jar, the cheese jar in this situation. Kyler Murray, the kid who got his hand stuck in the cheese jar.
This is going to be another one of...
I've got the Packers winning.
Those things with... Kyler Murray is going to surprise a hell of a lot of people. This is going to be the next Darnold, the next...
I think the Vikings are going to lose every game until Murray gets benched, and then McCarthy's going to come in and play respectable. See, we're on opposite wavelengths, and that's what makes this fun. That's what makes this fun.
I love it. And that is the thing, is they're not going to take him seriously. But Murray, he's former number one pick. He's arguably the best quarterback ever in Texas high school football history. And I mean, this guy's got a hell of a reputation. He's always been in the spotlight, dude. And
So you're
now
taking the
he gets
Vikings, just double checking
yes,
it. All right.
yes. And now, with Justin Jefferson, with Jordan Addison, with TJ Hawkinson, you know, with Damon Claiborne coming in and going to be able to line up anywhere, and there's a guy that can break away. Speaking of that, I mean, he can line up anywhere and pull, a Devin Achan light, you know, and light. I said light, but still, the same kind of thing. And
I'm guessing
no,
you're
man,
going to take Eagles and Giants and Broncos since you hate the Cowboys and Chiefs. They're your two least favorite teams. I'm just guessing that's what you're going to do to end week one, but I need to fill out Joey's as well.
yeah, we can go with that. No, but I am taking the Vikings over the Packers.
Yeah, so this is what
Yeah.
Williams' thing looks like after the first week of the season, folks. So
Wait.
right now, Williams got the Jags are the 1 seed, Broncos are the 2 seed, Ravens 3, Bills 4, Raiders would play the Bills, Titans would play the Ravens, Patriots would play the Broncos in the wild card, and then Bucks would play Giants, Eagles would play Panthers, Lions would play Niners, Vikings would be the 1 seed. It's 1 week. It's only the first week of the season, so but I'm going to
Yep.
fill out Joey's thing, and then we'll get to week 2 here.
All right,
So-
guys.
Last 4
Right.
games, Joey. Who do you like?
The last 4 games. What are the last 4 games?
Packers and Vikings in Minnesota. I took the Packers. William took the Vikings.
I'll take the Packers.
And then the
Fuck the
Commanders
Packers.
play the Eagles. Commanders play the Eagles in Philly.
Take the Commanders.
All right, you're going with a little bit of an upset. I like that. Cowboys play the Giants in New York. I think William and I both took the Giants.
Yeah. Malachi Fields, man, so underrated.
I think Dak's the better quarterback, but I think Dart's got better supporting cast, and that's ultimately
Very much.
the difference in a close Giants win.
I've been pretty outspoken. I like what the Giants have done the last few
Yep.
years, outside of what Schoen bombed before that. But these guys are good, and I like them, and they got a shit ton of heart, and now they have Malachi Fields. I knew they were going to draft a wide receiver somewhere. They have to have somebody outside of Neighbors. Wan'Dale Robinson left. There's not much there in his way. There's like Jalen Hyatt maybe.
Yeah.
There's not much there. It's his as long as he can prove it. So, and he's 6'4" of best ball tracking receiver in this draft. That is for sure, and very experienced against top competition again, man. And I love the pick. So I'll definitely take them over the Cowboys, and
Yep.
that shit show
Sunday
going
night
on
game
over
is
there.
the Giants Cowboys, Joey. Still waiting on that game. And
Cowboys.
So Joey's taking the Cowboys, and then Broncos Chiefs and Arrowhead. I think if Mahomes plays, the Chiefs win. If he doesn't, I'll probably flip to Denver. But right now, he's ahead of schedule in his rehab, and I think he's going to come out and make a statement. Remember, the Broncos narrowly beat the Chiefs in Kansas City with Chris Oladokun, and I think both Fields and Nussmeier are an upgrade over Oladokun. So I think if Mahomes plays, the Chiefs win in front of their home crowd. But again, that is the final game that we're waiting on, and from Joey, and then I will get to week 2. But in the meantime, we've got most of the week 1 games set up. So these are my actual projected regular season records. I've already done the regular season for each team, but now that we've got the records set up, I'll scroll down to that Thursday night Bills game, and now we'll go into we'll find out who Joey took in the Chiefs-Broncos game, because I took the Chiefs, William took the Broncos, and
Yes, sir.
Joey's still thinking this one over, so I'm going to load his screen up. and we'll,
I took the Chiefs.
all right, I didn't hear you. I think that's the right call, but anyway, let's see what Joey's simulator looks like after week 1 before we start week 2. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what the division standings. Let's look at the playoff picture after 1 week. So we've got the Titans as the 1 seed in the AFC, followed by the Browns, followed by the Bills, followed by the Chiefs, the Raiders, the Ravens, and then the Chargers. And then we've got the Cowboys and the Commanders at 2 and 7, the Bears and Rams at 3 and 6, and the Lions and Buccaneers at 4 and 5. So that is the I've got the Bills starting 2 and 0. Any objections, Joey and William? It's the Lions. They head to Buffalo in the new Highmark Stadium. First game of the Highmark Stadium.
Allen's always on point right at the beginning of the season. I mean, always on point. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Lions, both their safeties, Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, are both questionable. They both had season-ending injuries. Neither's expected to be ready for the season. So
yeah,
those tight ends are going to feast against Detroit.
Yeah, for sure. And, I can see Bell getting involved and, of course, James Cook, Dalton Kincaid. Yeah. Keon Coleman, he has been a bust so far, but, they said they still believe in him. And that's coming from his teammates, and I believe that can happen. He is a really smart dude. He just needs to get everything together, and he can play, Yeah. Just need to get things straight, and yeah, Buffalo Bills are definitely a team I love this year.
Yeah, they are. They've been saying for a year this is going to be the year they break out and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for like 2 or 3 years now. But Joey, what do you got? Lions, Bills, week 2.
I'll go with the Bills. I think Allen's going to be pretty ticked off over what happened last year, so I think he's going to come out firing the first few weeks of the year.
All right, fair enough. The next game is Panthers, Falcons in Atlanta. I think I took Atlanta, but I'm double checking my simulator here before I'm guessing Joey's gonna take. I did take Atlanta. I took the Falcons to beat the Panthers in front of their home crowd. The Panthers, they don't really have that good. Their edge rusher situation's not great, but it's not bad. But I think Bryce Young's won the last 2 games on the road in Atlanta too. So Bryce Young won his last 2 games against the Falcons at Mercedes-Benz. So that's the other thing.
One person.
But I think Stefanski, he's gonna bounce back after a tough loss to Pittsburgh and get the Falcons to 1-1.
Look, the Falcons are a talented team, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I think Kevin Stefanski is a lower-end average coach. He's not going to make any huge splash. He's going to keep things simplistic, but the Falcons, as I said, are talented. Even though their quarterback's going to be in a hazmat suit filled with bubble wrap.
Yep.
They're a talented team. I think they'll get a few wins. I think they win this week.
Yep. So, yes. So Joey took the wait, did I go simulator? Oh, or is no? Because this is, I guess this is behind, but. Yeah, because I picked the Falcons on the simulator that Joey pulled up. I don't know why Restream's not showing that, but whatever. William, who do you like in the Panthers-Falcons game?
Give me the Panthers, man. Give me the Panthers.
All right. You got Bryce Young starting 2-0. This is going to
Yep.
be very exciting. And then the next game is
He's got some
Bears
good
versus
weapons, man.
Vikings. It's Kyler Murray versus Caleb Williams in Chicago. I took the Bears here. I don't think the Bears start 0-2. There's just too much talent in this group. So I'm guessing Joey's going Bears. William might go Vikings. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen.
You know, give me the Bears in this one because you know that NFC North is going to be a dogfight.
It is.
How it is. So I mean, every team in there has something going for it. They've got some of the best players in the league.
My week 2 upset: the Titans over the Eagles. So I've got the Titans starting 2-0, and I've got the Eagles. After winning against the Commanders in week 1, they lose the Titans in week 2.
Oh, gang, dude, I love that. Chris,
That's
can I
a
copy
good-
you, bro?
good up.
Is it okay if I copy you? It was definitely your idea, but I love it, dude. I love it.
Yeah. You're like Mr. Bean when he looks at another person taking the test. You remember the Mr. Bean meme where he looks at the other person? You're just copying. That's your
No, dude. That's such a brilliant thing right there. I love it. Eagles.
So
that
Williams,
is Eagles all day. Over, you know.
Wait, that's Joey's bracket. Joey's not picking the Eagles.
Yeah.
0-2. I better fix that.
No, actually, I won't
Joey?
take these. No, I'm going Titans too. I think the Titans got a lot of young talent, and I actually think the Eagles are kind of on a downturn here. I'm not sure
They're
Jalen
expected
Hurts.
to trade AJ Brown too. So
yeah, well, AJ Brown's a category all to himself. We can figure that out later.
All right, Packers play the Jets in New York. I did take the Packers to win this game on the road against the Jets. I'm guessing you're both taking the Packers just due to how bad the Jets.
Yeah, and we were talking about at the end of last season how the Jets, were flat tanking, trying to get Manning or someone up there, getting their choice of quarterbacks. And what happened with Woody Johnson and Justin Fields last year, at least Fields got rescued by Andy Reid in Kansas City, and maybe he can do something with that, hopefully. And yeah.
Next game is Browns-Buccaneers, and I'm guessing take a field revenge game. I've got Bucks winning.
Yep. Baker is like that. This is Baker all day. That's who he is. He's one of those guys with heart that I talk about all the time. The Steve Smiths of the world.
PFN gave the Buccaneers a 22-15 score, so your Browns only lose by a touchdown in this scenario. But I guess we get some 2-point conversions from Baker and Shedeur in this situation with the 22-15 score that PFN predicted. Or William could say, the 15 points the Browns got were all field goals and Shedeur played awful, since Browns did end up with 15.
Well, I think both defenses are going to play well. I actually had the Buccaneers winning. And I think both quarterbacks play pretty well, but I am kind of in the I'm kind of with the simulator on this one. I think it's going to be really low scoring. I think there are going to be some big plays by both quarterbacks, and I think that
simulator gave a 17-15 Buccaneers 2-point win. So
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because I think both Baker and if Shedeur plays, I think they're both good within that 2 to 3 yard area, and they're both more athletic than you think, so they might be able to pull off a couple 2-point conversions there. So I don't think that's out of the question. I don't think it's likely, but I don't think it's out of the question.
Exactly. The Saints head to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. I took the Ravens in this one.
I got the Ravens as well.
Yeah, I got to take the Ravens in this one.
Consensus.
And then the next game is Bengals Texans in Houston.
Uh,
Give me the Texans, man.
yeah, me too. It's like I mean, some people like what the Bengals did during the draft. I'm like, they did some pretty nice things, but I think they're getting
I
a
think
little
they're
bit
positioning themselves for something like Super, but not ready to contend right now. With the pieces they got, they're positioning themselves for maybe a run at 63. Maybe they win the division this year if they play their cards right, but I think they lose this game to the Texans. I've got Houston as well, guys. So we've all got the Texans. And then the Steelers, a team that got 5 fumbles against the Patriots. They're not doing that with McCarthy instead of Tomlin. I've got the Patriots winning after losing to Seattle. I'm guessing you're both taking the Patriots to beat the Steelers, right?
Yep.
It's in New England. It's the home opener.
Yeah. Drake May is going to put on a show. You know, the Steelers haven't been quite the defense that they were, you know, last few years. And wow.
I got this thought during the Eagles talk through, and I was like, what if a team had Aaron Rodgers and A.J. Brown? What a crap show that would be.
Yeah.
Man, would it be fun for the media?
Yeah, I got the Broncos beating the Jags after losing to the Chiefs, so the Broncos improved to 1-1. For me, the Jags fall to 1-1, but one of these teams is going to be 2-0 in Williams' situation. So,
well, the thing is, Jonah Coleman is going to come in and take over in Denver. You know, Harvey, he's going to turn him into a third down back. J.K. Dobbins is consistently hurt.
I'm guessing it's going to be like week 5 when Coleman becomes a full cow. Week 5 to 7, somewhere within that time frame. It's not going to be right away.
One of the steals of the draft, you know, Sean
Payton.
Yeah, and Sean Payton was also in need of a developmental tight end, and he stole Justin Jolie. You know, out of South Carolina. He is a good player, flex tight end. You know, split out wide. Yeah, he can block. He can do that kind of stuff. He's not overly great at it, but
for both teams because Williams got both these teams 1-0. Joey's got both these teams 0-1. So whoever loses is 0-2, and they're in a very bad spot.
It'll probably be me, man. Me picking games. That's what. Yeah, but
yeah,
I've gotten a lot more technical about it lately. So
So you both taking the Broncos, or it's in Denver. It's the Denver home opener, I think.
Yeah, I'll Broncos simply because it's home. It's home game.
Yep. And I'm guessing Williams also taking the Broncos.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders, Chargers in L.A. Both taking the Chargers, or? I mean, the Raiders, as good as they are, I mean, unless they draw easy opponents, they're going to be roadkill. And the Chargers so they're healthy. They're not an easy opponent for the Raiders. As much as I want to give the Raiders
way to make it really bad. I mean, hey, they're going to be roadkill. It's like they're going to be right next to that skunk right there. It's like, God, Chris.
I mean, they dropped 27 on the Chargers. I'd be concerned about the Chargers' defense if the Raiders can score 27 on them without Mendoza or without quality weapons. But this is what the simulator.
Roadkill might be a little much. I mean, concerned, absolutely. I mean, that's like, what if your dog comes in limping? You know, roadkill is like, hey, your dog's flat.
Yep.
What the hell? Where did you get? That's brutal, dude.
I guess so. The Commanders and the Cowboys
made pretty fun there on that road.
So who's going to take over the NFC East at 2-0? Is it going to be the Commanders or the Cowboys in their home opener?
Ooh. It's actually hard because I actually like what the Cowboys did. So I'm going to go with the Cowboys.
All right. Cowboys are 2-0.
Redskins.
Kerm now loves me again.
Yeah. Well, Commanders or Cowboys, William? Who's going to be 0-2?
Redskins. Oh, are we going to be 0-2? Cowboys are going to be 0-2. That's a trick question, man.
39-19. You love this score. Washington 39, Dallas 19. I knew you would love that score.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you're both picking Seattle over Arizona if Seattle loses the season opener. Because they're just going to be pissed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to happen for sure. And
Niners are not losing 2 in a row, especially the freaking Dolphins of all teams. So, and then we've got the Sunday night game.
Yeah, the Dolphins are
in Kansas City.
Now, Chris, if you want to be brutal, you could call the Dolphins roadkill.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't get upset with you about that.
And all 18 points come on field goals for the Dolphins. Jason Sanders makes 6 field goals back from a season-ending injury, and the freaking Malik Willis can't do anything against the Niners defense. It's just So Colts, Chiefs. Neither QB is going to be 100% early, but if Mahomes is healthy, the Chiefs will win. Sunday night game early in the season at Arrowhead.
You know, I gotta happen. I like the Colts there.
Really?
Yeah. Well, no, because Daniel Jones
blew it last year against the Chiefs. They just had numerous.
That depends when Danny Dimes comes back. Like I said before, Riley Nelson or whatever is his backup. Leonard.
So,
yeah, give me the Chiefs unless Jones is starting.
Yeah. All right. We'll make this a little bit realistic. And then the final game is Giants-Rams in L.A.
Rams.
Yeah, you've got the Rams at 2-0. And William, who you got?
Okay.
Who's it again? The Rams and who?
Giants and Rams in L.A.
Give me the Giants, man. Give me that scat and
all right,
that whole crew.
Let's see what your let's see what the simulators look like. This is my week 2 simulator. I'll pull up week 3, but then I'm gonna zoom out of that and then just and then we'll look at Joey and Williams' playoff scenarios after 2 weeks. The top 7 seedings. I want to see the seedings in Joey's bracket and in Williams' bracket after 2 weeks. See what has changed. We're the 1 seed after week 1. I'm guessing that they'll still be in first place, but I'm not exactly sure what the end result is going to be. So this has been a very productive second hour. I mean, the first hour we got through the top 5 of the NBA and NHL draft. We got through the first 2 weeks of the season in the first hour. So, yeah, I'd say that's been very productive. So we'll see.
Sure.
Well, let's take a look at Joey's bracket. He got the New England Patriots are 1 seed at 2-0. You've got the Chargers at 2-0. The Titans are 2-0. The Ravens and Bills are both 2-0. The Chiefs are 2-0, and the Browns are the number 1 wild card at 1-1 over the Texans and Steelers. And then the NFC, you've got the Cowboys at 2-0, the Rams at 2-0, the Bears at 2-0, Buccaneers and Packers at 2-0, the Lions and Seahawks at 1-1 with the last 2 wild cards. And then we'll look at Williams. And then we'll pull up week 3 on Joey's thing, but then we'll look at Williams. We'll look at Williams in a second here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I don't know about the Titans. I just don't have that much faith in Cam Ward. You know, that was another quarterback that got pushed up because of sports media, and you know that had second-round talent. And not a lot of fire, you know. I remember that was my one big knock on him.
You got the Broncos at 1 at 2-0, Patriots 2-0, Titans are the 3 seed at 2-0, Ravens and Bills 2-0, Chargers 2-0, and right now the Raiders at 1-1. They are Williams' final wild card at the moment. Panthers are 2-0, Giants 2-0, Niners 2-0, Bears 1-1 lead the North, Buccaneers 2-0.
Yeah.
Eagles 1-1, Seahawks 1-1. So that's what Williams
Okay.
looks like. And we're on to
I don't
week
mind that at
3,
all.
gentlemen. We are on to week 3.
Alrighty.
I wonder, did I set up my
But yeah, no.
publishing page on Amazon for this, or do I have to start from scratch? I'll figure that out later. Sorry, guys, I'm thinking out loud.
No worries. But yes, we're on to week 3. It's Packers Falcons Thursday night football at Lambeau. I took the Packers in this one.
It goes away.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Give me the Packers. I won't pick on them this week. Like I said, it's just the left-handed injured quarterbacks. You know, I mean, I
so
think the Packers
Williams
can
got
handle
the
them.
Packers winning. Packers improved to 2-1. Packers improved to 3-0 in this other simulator. The Chargers play the Bills.
Oh, that's
I took the Bills here.
gyrating.
It's in Buffalo.
Turn that on.
It's in Buffalo, so yeah.
No more gyrating. Okay. I'll go with the Packers in this one. I think the Packers get off to a little bit of a iffy start. So I think they're going to start to pull it together a little bit here this week.
Yep. So you've got the Packers there at 3-0, but the Chargers and Bills is the next game, the Sunday afternoon game, 2-0 versus 2-0, a big game. Yep, I've got the Bills as well. So the Bills improved to 3-0. William, who do you got in the Chargers-Bills game?
Give me the Bills, man.
I think I gave everyone.
It's
the
going to be a
Bills.
dogfight. Like I said, you know that high flying, high octane Bills offense against that, you know, that thundering, pushy, you know, bossy.
Next game is
Chargers.
Panthers Browns in Cleveland. I took the Browns to get their first win of the season, so I've got the Panthers falling to 1-2, and I've got the Browns improving to 1-2. Joey, I'm guessing, is gonna have the Panthers falling to 0-3.
Yeah, I just don't have any faith in it. You know, I really do love the Browns' young core, even if they're not quite ready. But against the Panthers, do you really have to be that ready? The way the
Panthers don't have their left tackle, Ike Emekwanu. He tore his Achilles in the playoffs against the Rams. So Myles Garrett's going to be going against Rasheed Walker, the same left tackle he played in Week 3 last year.
And whoop the ass of. Yeah, it's like that. That's going to be fun. You know, it's, you know, let's just put Rasheed Walker's a good left tackle, but he wasn't worth what he was asking. And he
only got a 1-year deal worth $12 million. He only got like a 1-year deal worth $12 million, and Ekwonu wants as much money as Cross and Panthers didn't want to give him that, so that's why they drafted.
Yeah, he wanted $5 million or something like that, and he got 12. He got half of it. So, you know, and he's an all right left tackle, but all right left tackles ain't going to do much against Myles Garrett. And when you have a quarterback that's an all right quarterback, that's good when you got Myles Garrett breathing down your neck. So, and
what are you doing, William? Panthers, Browns. I know you're not confident the Browns QB situation.
No.
Are the Panthers keep this magic up, or do they fall back to reality?
They might fall back to reality because, you know, the Browns could be changing some things up right about now, or not saying what it's going to be, but, you know, I mean, after losing a game or two, you know, I mean, I think the Panthers are only so limited, and it's going to take them a little bit of time to develop. You know, they've got some huge, like I said, some huge targets out there. Receiver, 6'4", 6'5" dudes. You know, and this and that. Mitchell Evans, Notre Dame tight end. You know, I mean, he's pretty good tight end. Apparently, they have a little bit of faith in him if he's the one still there. Well, Jatavian Sanders too. You know, I mean, but. There's only so much that they can do.
I'm skipping this game and making sure we both. Nobody's bold enough to take the Jets over the Lions in Detroit, so I'm just skipping that. I'm not even going to acknowledge it.
We're all on your side.
Yeah, we're all just looking at Woody Johnson with a cigar the way Squidward looks at SpongeBob in complete disgust and agony. And that's not just us. That's every Jets fan in the country, by the way. But
Or whenever
anyway,
Sean King says something and he's right about it, he just puts in one of his cigars and he just sits back, looks at the camera. He's like, "Yeah, I said that. I said that." Strokes his beard a little bit.
interesting.
Yeah, Sean King's an old
Texans and
pro.
Colts.
He has right.
He is. Texans and Colts and Indy. Who did I pick in this game? Week 3.
Yeah.
Who did I pick in this game? Because I think I've got the AFC South winner going 8-9. I'm not going to reveal who that is yet, but if you saw the screen, I did take the Texans on the road against the Colts, reluctantly, because I just don't have much confidence in the Colts this year. Last year I had the Colts at 8-9 when everyone was saying they'd be a bottom 5 team. This year I've got the Colts doing a little bit worse than that. But
well, the Colts
again,
have a problem. The Colts seem to forget that they've got one of the best running backs in the NFL. And when they forget that, even when, like last year, when he is on a record-setting pace, things seem to go bad for them. So if they remember that they got this ultra-talented running back, they might pull up upsets this year. But I have my doubts that they will be able to remember such a very rudimentary thing because they have forgotten it so often.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're taking the Texans as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, William, Texans or Colts? It's in Indy. Colts are the home team.
Give me the Texans. I like
All right, so the Colts dropped to 0-3, and then the next game's the Chiefs-Dolphins in Miami.
You said Chiefs, Dolphins, in Miami?
Yeah, I took the Chiefs, so I've got the Chiefs at 3-0.
Yeah, give me the Chiefs as well. Like I said, I'm not sure what's going on with that new regime down there or whatever they got going, but they just gave, A-Chan a whole shit ton of money, so.
Yeah. And then I'm guessing you're taking the Chiefs as well, as much as you don't want to. It's just the Dolphins. They're not a team that screams a lot of confidence right now. But Joey might take the Dolphins. We'll see.
Why the hell would I do something like that?
I'm kidding.
Jeez.
Yeah, I knew you were going to take the Chiefs.
Make
So
me
yeah,
sound
Joey's
like-
got the Bills and Chiefs at 3-0. And then he's got the Titans at 2-0 and the Giants at 0-2. Is this the Giants' first win of the season, a home game against the Titans? Or do the Titans keep their magic for one more week?
This is a tough one. Because while I like what the Titans did, I'm going to go with the Giants in an upset in this one because I'm not as big on what the Giants did, but the Giants have got some talent. And they're going to pull a couple upsets.
Well. I've got the
Yep.
I've got the Giants as well. I took the Steelers to beat the Bengals. But this is a game the Bengals absolutely have to win with them at 0-2.
Yeah, because I do want to reemphasize, I am a huge Harbaugh fan, and I do think he'll turn it around, but I do think it's going to take some time. It's like it's just not.
I'm going to pull up Williams' screen for a second because he's got the Titans and Giants both at 2-0.
Yeah.
So whoever wins this game is 3-0, and they're in the driver's seat to make something.
I am making that the Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, Malachi Fields, and Isaiah Likely. They got a tight end, like I suggested them get, and
yeah. So you're going Giants.
Very much so. We talked about them.
How many crayons do you think Scatterbo has eaten before this game to prepare?
All right, here's a fun prop bet. Who has more crayons stuck in their ear, Cam Scatterbo or Homer Simpson?
I think Cam Scatterbo just chews them. He just eats them, so I don't think they're stuck in his ears. So I'm saying it's probably Homer Simpson. I mean, he wouldn't be able to just waste a crayon in his ear, man. He'd have to eat that motherfucker. Yeah. So
It's
All
like,
right.
know,
So I
those lemon flavored crayons, man. Those things. I bet he thinks they taste good. Like, he
yeah.
really likes the lemon.
So Williams got the Bills and Giants at 3-0. Joey, who do you like in this Bengals Steelers game? Because there is a lot of urgency for the Bengals to win this on the road, but I took the Steelers.
I don't think the Steelers are that damn good, and I think they completely shot the bed in the during the draft.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with the Bengals because I think the Bengals did improve. I just think the Bengals were, they just have so far to go above the other teams. So, but they've got their
Yeah,
quarterback.
that's true.
They got one of the best receiving tandems, and they did improve. So I'll go with the Bengals in this one.
All right. Seahawks. Oh, but William, who do you like in this game? I took the Steelers, and Joey took the Bengals. This is a big game, William.
Steelers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Steelers or Bengals? It's in Pittsburgh.
I
I took the Steelers. Joey took the Bengals.
hope they both get caught in a snowstorm.
I said Steelers for sure.
Sounds like I heard Steelers. So
Is my mic down or something? You guys can't hear me?
Yeah, you're
so
really low.
Steelers win on a Steelers win 22-20
Yeah.
on a Boswell field goal at the end.
Okay, now
So the Steelers are 2-1. The Bengals are 0-3, and now we've got the Bengals, Jets, Dolphins, Colts all 0-3 in Williams' situation here, and then Seahawks Commanders is the next game, the start of the late games.
I'll go
So
Seahawks.
Seahawks and Commanders. Seahawks. Joey's saying it's Seahawks. I heard Seahawks.
Yes, Joey said Seahawks.
Seahawks.
Yeah. And then the next game's Patriots Jags. I took the Patriots over the Jaguars in Jacksonville. I mean, I know the heat, the humidity could be a factor, but I just don't trust Tootin, and I think the Patriots have the defensive backs to shut down Lawrence. And I think the Patriots just have a balanced offense as well.
the Patriots are definitely going, at least 13-4. I mean,
This is your bracket, Williams, so I'm locking in Patriots and I'm locking in Niners because the Niners are playing the Cardinals. The Niners are playing the Cardinals in Levi. So you want me to do the same with your bracket, Joey? I'll lock in Niners. I'm not going to lock in Patriots yet. I'm not that impulsive. I can be impulsive sometimes, but I'm not.
I'm going to go with the Patriots just because a good friend of mine was part of the Patriots D-line, one of the original members of the D-line, Sione, and he said that if Trevor Lawrence's new haircut ends up with the Jags losing, he's not sure what he's going to do. So I want to see what he's going to do. So, let's go with the Jags losing because I want to see what Sione's going to do.
Yep. And then we get to Vikings Buccaneers in Tampa. You're going with, I'm guessing, Baker to win.
Baker's going to be bacon.
And then, William, I'm guessing you also have the Buccaneers beating the Vikings to get to 3-0. So you've got Niners, Giants, and Buccaneers all at 3-0. And then the next game is Ravens, Cowboys in Brazil. I took the Cowboys in Brazil because they're closer to Brazil to beat the Ravens. So I've got the Ravens losing to the Cowboys after a 2-0 start. But I'm guessing William's going to take the Ravens to win, and Joey's kind of undecided on this game. So we'll screen share Joey's screen here because he's got both teams at 2-0. But both teams, Joey has both the Ravens and the Cowboys at 2-0. So we have to screen share. It's a very pivotal moment in Week 3 of the simulator here. It's a crux moment because one of these teams is going to be 3-0, and it's an international game in Brazil.
I'm going to go with Dallas because I wasn't a big fan of Baltimore and what they did during the offseason, where coaching hire or whatever. but I know they have talent, so that's why I picked to win the first two. But
Yeah,
Dallas,
if this was a
I
neutral
love the
site game, I would have picked the Cow. If this was in AT&T, I probably would have gone with the Ravens, but it's in Brazil, so I'm taking the Cowboys. I think geographically, the Ravens having to go from Baltimore having to go from playing on the road in Indy to Baltimore to Brazil, where Dallas only has to travel from Texas to Brazil, is a big advantage. So I like the Cowboys.
That is kind of a travel snafu for Baltimore. So I will, even though I think Dallas would have won this regardless of where it was, I'll still say in the interest of fairness, the NFL did do Baltimore kind of dirty with how they did that. So.
Yep, and then we've got the Orange Bowl, the Raiders and Saints. I've got the Saints winning. They're due for a win. Home crowd, all their weapons are. If the Raiders had a healthy Jermon McCoy, this would be a way better game for next season. But they're playing this year.
Yeah.
I think the Saints win this game with their weapons.
Yeah, and they got Jordan Tyson, and they also
Bryce
got
Lance.
Bryce
They got
Lance,
Marion Brown, and they've got
and they
O-line.
also got Little Papa Pump, Brock Rexiner.
He's not going to make the roster, though. They've got 4 receivers.
Come on, man.
He
Have
might
more
be wide
faith than
receiver
that.
5 or 6, but he's not.
He'll make the practice squad.
Yeah, he'll make the practice squad. He could potentially make the roster as the number 3 tight end. I mean, he's a good receiver. You know, so don't.
They've got James.
Is
They
tough
got
as hell,
Juwan,
man.
They got Johnson, and they've got that other tight end under contract too.
Players
That's
like
the problem.
that
And they drafted Delp
with relatives that have also been halfway successful in football. They, these are more guys that were bred for it. That's what their father has always envisioned for them.
So you taking the Saints or the Raiders in the Orange Bowl, Joey? Williams taking the Saints. I'm taking the Saints. I put you down for the Saints, but since the Raiders
I'm taking the Saints, and because you're so negative, I'm going to take Rick Steiner for a touchdown, just because you're so negative.
All right. Yeah. So you're going to give the Saints the win in the Orange Bowl. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. We're on to Sunday Night Football. It's Rams, Broncos in Denver. I've got the Broncos winning this game, I believe. Double checking my simulator here. Yeah, I've got the Broncos winning in Week 3. So, Sunday night game in Denver. Altitude's not kicking in yet, but it's an early season game. Stafford going to Denver to take on Bo Nix. The AFC runner-up versus the NFC runner-up on Sunday Night Football in Denver.
Rams are a tough team. They've got some.
Broncos
some
and Chiefs were the only 2 teams
weapons
to get A+ grades on every pick. The Broncos and Chiefs, they were the only 2 teams to get A+ grades on every pick.
Yeah.
So I took the Broncos for that reason. I'm guessing Williams going to do the same.
It's actually going to be real interesting because, like I said, the Rams have some of the best skill positions in the league. Their third tight end is now Max Clare. They can run 12, 13 personnel, all that kind of good stuff. Colby Parkinson, 6'7", more of that stuff, and Sean McVay. I think there might be too much experience there with the quarterbacks. I mean, Sean Payton obviously has had some pretty good ones in the past, and it's going to be a close game, man. Give me the Rams by like a field goal, man, but it can definitely go either way.
The PFN gave you the Rams by 3 field goals, 28-19. I don't think the Rams score 28 on Denver, but if Stafford's on, that could happen.
Yeah.
Joey, who do you want? I took the Broncos. William took the Rams. This is one of the tougher games to pick, I think.
Broncos.
All right. So, and then the final game is Eagles-Bears. I took the Bears to beat the Eagles. It's Monday night. It's in Chicago. I think Caleb wants this. Plus, if the Eagles drop to 0-3, we get to see people are going to be making Howie Roseman, Tiger Woods memes. and I am here for the Howie Roseman Tiger Woods memes. You know, the memes where Tiger Woods in the police car, he's screaming. I am here for that. I am 100% here for that. But, you know, we'll see. I'm guessing, William, you like the Bears? The Eagles are just...
Give me the Bears, yeah. Yeah, give me the Bears.
All right. So, who are
That
you
Ben
going
Johnson
with?
effect.
While Joey decides on that, I'm gonna zoom out of his screen.
Which
here.
one is it? Bears game?
Yes, it is the Bears and the Eagles.
I'm going to take the Bears. Let the Eagles go to 0-3.
Thank you. The Howie Roseman the Tiger Woods Howie Roseman memes are now in full effect. And then I'll pull up. I'm already pulled up week 4 of my simulator here. And the Thursday night game in week 4 is actually an AFC game. I think it's Steelers Browns. I think it's Steelers Browns in Cleveland. And it is Steelers Browns in Cleveland. That's the Thursday night game. So I've got so all right. All right. So now I'll pull up Joey and Williams simulators one more time, and then we'll get to because I before we get to week 4 of these games, I do want to see where everyone what the standings look like in Joey week by week standings look like in Joey and Williams simulators. I am curious to see what the standings look like. All right. All right, so we're back at Joey's simulator here through 3 weeks. The Bills are 3-0, the Chiefs are 3-0, the Ravens are 2-1, the Texans are 2-1, my Patriots are 3-0, the Browns are 2-1, the Titans are 2-1 with the last wild card. The Cowboys are 3-0, the Buccaneers are 3-0, the Packers are 3-0, the Rams dropped to 2-1, the Bears are 3-0, Seahawks are 2-1, and the Lions are 2-1. So not a lot of room for error entering week 4. And all right, so now let's look at Williams' simulator here. We'll get to these games in a second, just some entertaining matchups. But again, we're going to do weeks 1 through 6. We might do more if we can get through. If we're like on week 7, it's not 2 or 3 yet, I'll consider it. But we've got Williams' Dynasty Draft as well. That's why I'm considering ending right after week 6. But at the same token, it's like we'll see where we're at when we finish because we're halfway done. If we're done with week 6 before 2, maybe we'll do week 7, take less pressure off us, but I'm not going to make that promise right now. And Williams, let's look at what William has after 3 weeks. The Bills are 3-0. The Ravens are 3-0. Broncos are 2-1. Texans 2-1. My Patriots are 3-0. The Titans and Chargers are 2-1. Giants are 3-0. Buccaneers are 3-0. Niners are 3-0. Bears and Panthers are both 2-1. The Seahawks are 2-1, and the Lions are 2-1.
All right. Wow.
So
I like it.
All right, on to week 4. I took the Browns to beat the Steelers in week 4. It's Cleveland is money at home against the Steelers and First Energy Stadium, so Steelers need to hope the Browns' new Brook Park Stadium reverses their fortunes because they just don't have good luck against the Browns at First Bank, the current stadium. So, yeah, I took the Browns. I know for a fact Joey's taking the Browns.
Okay, who is it now?
Steelers.
The Browns over the Steelers?
Steelers and Browns in Cleveland. I know you're taking the Browns.
Yeah,
week 4.
The Steelers, I'm not just for whatever they did during the offseason, I downgraded the Steelers because I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. And I think they downgraded a coach. Not sure what Aaron Rodgers is doing. I think he's a spiritual savant now. But yeah, it's like I think the Browns are in a better place than the Steelers for the first time in their franchise's histories. It's just
Yeah.
it's a weird turn of events. I'm sorry.
I agree. That's the sad thing is I agree with that. William, you taking the Steelers or the Browns in Cleveland? It's Thursday night.
Give me the Steelers. I mean, obviously, like
16,
Joey's
15,
saying,
this is-
Aaron Rodgers he's just treating his body right. That's why he's signing 1 year at a time, so then he can take as long off season as he wants.
It's very
He doesn't have to
interesting
prepare.
because-
And like I said, but they've got some interesting guys. Will Howard, I mean, is not a bad quarterback, but I do like Drew Aller a little bit more. But well, yeah, just give me the Steelers. And I see, like I said, I like the Pittman addition and the Jeremy Bernard. Metcalf. Obviously, Ron and I feel about the same way about Metcalf, and that's just kind of
yeah. Colts in London. I took the Commanders to Colts in London.
Give me the Colts, man. Jones has to come back sometime.
All right. So you're taking the Colts to avoid 0-4 start in the upset. Joey, who do you?
Yep.
Yeah, which game is it?
Colts and Commanders in London.
Commanders.
All right, so Colts dropped to 0-4, and now I'm going to have to pull up both Joey and Williams' simulator. The Bills and Patriots at 3-0 entering Week 4, and that is the next game on this list. So I'm going to have to pull that up. So we'll start with Joey, and then we'll get to Williams' simulator here. But it's Patriots-Bills. It's a big game. It's a game that could potentially decide the number 1 seed in the AFC. So it's a big game. It's a big Week 4 game. You can just give the Bears an automatic win over the Jets, right? It's in Chicago. They're playing the 0-3 Jets.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I took the Bills in this game. I don't think the Patriots are going to sneak into Buffalo and beat them again like they did. This is an early 1 p.m. game. It's not a primetime game. It's a 1 p.m. game, so I think the Bills will be more relaxed. There will be less pressure on them to get the win, and I think they'll step up as a result of that. But if you want to take the Patriots, go ahead.
Who are the Patriots playing?
They're playing the Bills in Buffalo at New Highmark Stadium.
Oh, this is going to be another one of those. I believe they're going to split the season series 1-1.
I do, but I think the home teams
in the
win
playoffs.
both games. Last year, the road teams won both games. This year, I think the home teams win both games.
Give me the opposite. I'll go with the road teams winning both.
All right. Williams got the Patriots winning.
Yes, sir.
But before I add that, before we load, all right, I was gonna screen share your simulator after Joey's, but since you made the pick before Joey, we'll just get the standings update whenever. But Patriots or Bills, this is a tough game to pick. I can go through some of these other games if you want to come back to that one at the end.
Say Patriots or Bills. It is a tough one. I'm going to go with the Bills. I think the Bills keep riding high on this whatever Josh Allen's taking right now.
Yep. And then the Bengals play the Jags in the next game. And William, I know you've got I'm guessing nobody's picking the Jets to beat the Bears. So the Bears are going to improve to 3-1 and keep their grip hold of a lead over the division. Yeah. All right, so the next game is the Jaguars and the Bengals in Cincy.
Give me the Bengals.
Yeah, I think the Bengals do have
I
I
took the
think they
Bengals as well.
bring things together.
I took the Bengals as well. So Joey's got the Bengals at 2-2 now. The Jags dropped to 0-4. Cardinals versus Giants in New York. I took the Giants. Guessing Williams got the Giants as well. So
Yes, sir.
Giants are 4-0, and then some of these other teams. See what happens. But what are you thinking? Cardinals, Giants.
The Giants have to come down at some time. Give me the Cardinals. They're going to be a tough team,
Really?
at some point. Yeah,
You're taking the Cardinals in the upset. All right.
yeah, because I already had the Giants out to like 3-0 or 4-0, something like
Yeah.
that. So they're going to lose one here, there, and that's going to be a close game. So
Yeah. You're taking the Giants, the Cardinals, Joey.
God, that just sounds awful.
It is,
I think the Giants.
yeah, because Giants just have more stability at QB. I've got the Giants as well. And then the next game is the Rams and Eagles in Philly. You've got the Eagles at 0-3, so I'm imagining you're going to pick the Eagles to win one here.
yeah,
I'll take the Eagles, but I don't feel confident about it.
Yeah, that's
I think,
fair.
but they're too good to fall to 0-4. So
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Williams got the 1-2
Agreed.
Rams, 1-2 Eagles in Philly.
Yeah, give me the Eagles.
So the Rams drop to 1-3, and then the next game is Packers Buccaneers. You've got both these teams at 3-0, Joey. So right now the Bills are the only 3-0 team. Oh, you got the Bears at 4-0 as well. The Bears and Bills are the only 4-0 teams in Joey's simulator. Third team's going to join them, whether it's the Packers or the Buccaneers. It is a home game for Tampa. I think I picked Tampa.
I'll take Tampa.
All right, I'll put Bucks at 4-0. I'm just double checking. I'm just double checking my simulator to make sure I picked Tampa as well. I think I did. Yeah, I took the Texans to beat the Cowboys. What's going on here? And I took and I also took the I took the Buccaneers to beat the Packers. So yeah, all right. Joey took the Buccaneers. William, you like the Packers or the Buccaneers?
Give me the Bucks.
The Bucks are 4-0, and then the next game is Titans, Ravens, in Baltimore. As much as we want the Titans to win, the Ravens are just more experienced. They're a better team at this point.
Yeah.
So the Ravens improved to 4-0 in Williams' simulator. So Williams got the Patriots and Ravens at 4-0. He's got the Bucks at 4-0. And then Joey's got Cowboys, Texans, and Houston.
I'll take Texans in the upset.
Yeah, because Jerry Jones has to come back to reality at a certain point.
Pretty much, yeah.
So Buccaneers and Bears are 4-0. Joey's got the Bills at 4-0. And then Cowboys or Texans, William? You got the Texans?
Yeah.
Or are you going to take the Cowboys?
Yes, sir.
Texans, all right. All right, and then the next game is 0-3 Dolphins versus 0-3 Vikings. I took the Vikings here. Yeah, I know this game is. This is the type of game that makes you want to drink bleach, literally bleach.
Which one? This time.
Vikings and Dolphins 0-3. Dolphins, Vikings, and Minnesota. They're both 0-3 in your simulator, Joey.
You hate me.
Vikings are a good team.
Or the NFL hates me. I'm not sure which. Um,
You got Dolphins, Vikings, and Minnesota.
I'll go with the Vikings just because they're at home. I got nothing else.
Yeah. William, you taking the Dolphins or the Vikings in Minnesota?
Vikings.
I took the Vikings.
Yeah, give me the Vikings.
All right. You've got the Vikings at 2-2 now. Chiefs and Raiders in Vegas. I took the Chiefs. They are now, I think they're 4-0 in my simulator, along with the Bills.
Yeah.
Playing the Raiders in Vegas.
Yeah, and I mean, this is always a closer game than people think it is. It's one of those rivalries. But yeah, give me the Chiefs.
I mean, Walker with Mahomes, with all these weapons, I think the Chiefs are going to be better than advertised.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they'll finish the year on a high note, but I think they're going to start strong.
Especially after this last season, man. Got a little bit of a chip.
Absolutely not. Who you got, William?
Who were we talking about again?
William.
All right, I zoned off in.
I thought you just gave your.
William took the Chiefs. William took the Chiefs over the Raiders.
Okay.
Chiefs over the Raiders.
We're waiting for you to pick a winner for them.
Okay.
It's in.
Oh,
Vegas
I didn't hear William's answer. That's my bad. Yeah. I'm going. I'll go easily the same. Raiders over Chiefs.
Next 4 games, we've got Niners, Broncos. I took the Niners. That is a tougher game to pick, but I took the Niners. It's in San Francisco. I basically took. I took all the home teams for these last 4 games, but I like the Niners here. Williams got the Niners at 4-0. He's got the Bucks at 4-0. He's got the Patriots and Ravens at 4-0 as well. And then, but this Chargers-Seahawks game is tough because I could see Seattle losing this. I could see the Chargers winning in a trap game, but I took Seattle to win.
Excellent. Seattle.
Seahawks.
I got Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle.
Yeah.
On a side note, I just come across this where Bobby Slowick says that the Bears are building their offense around Colson Loveland.
Yeah, but they've got a special tight end in Cole Met too.
Well, yeah,
but I also feel like the Bears want to make Loveland the tight end 1. But I've always viewed Loveland as the tight end 2 as long as Met's there.
Wow, that's coming from Slowick though. So I mean,
so we'll see. Seahawks or Chargers? Joey took Seahawks. I took Seahawks.
Seahawks. I think I've been picking on them for about an hour.
Yep, and now the Sunday night football game is Lions, Panthers, and Carolina.
Lions, Panthers, and Carolina.
I want to see Dave Tepper attempt to throw a drink on an NFL official, then Dan Campbell just defends the official like the Secret Service. I think that'd be hilarious.
He can just chuck a beer can at Tepper.
He just chucks a drink in his cup at the NFL official, and then Dan Campbell just defends the official and takes the bullet for the official. Not literal bullet, but the drink. He takes the drink. Nobody gets harmed. Nobody gets harmed.
I was going to say, Campbell would probably just chuck a can of beer at him and call it a day. Or get Goff to do it. Goff's probably a little bit more accurate. Goff's a little bit more accurate.
Campbell would probably just Campbell is a former tight end. He would catch the cup of beer that Tepper threw out and throw it back at Tepper.
Or then he toss it to Jared Goff, and Goff would toss it on Tepper. Yeah, that's how that would go.
Yeah, I know these scenarios are kind of hilarious, but yes, Lions and Panthers in Carolina. Who did I take? I think I took the Lions. I'm double checking to see who I took here.
Give me Carolina, man.
I did take the Panthers. I picked the Panthers in the
Carolina
upset.
with an upset in a primetime game. They don't get very many primetime games, man. That team in that stadium is going to be rocking, dude. And
Yep.
especially against the Detroit Lions. Give me those young Panthers. I'll take them.
Panthers.
Yes, sir.
So Williams taking the Panthers, and next, Joey, I'm guessing you're taking the Lions.
Yes. Absolutely.
And then the final game is Saints-Falcons. These two teams hate each other. I took the Saints because they're the home team, but these two teams, they freaking hate each other.
I'll go with the Saints in an upset.
I took the Saints as well. But yes,
Yeah, the Saints got to win sometime. And like I said, I was always kind of intrigued by Tyler Shug, and we'll see. I wasn't impressed with how they were practicing last year. I'm glad to see that Hayner, they freed Hayner. He's not with anyone yet, but he'll be on a practice squad before the beginning of the season. So.
All right, so let's look at Joey's playoff simulator through 3 weeks. The Bills are the number 1 seed at 4-0. The Chiefs are the number 2 seed at 4-0. The Browns are 3-1, leading the AFC North due to tiebreakers. The Texans are 3-1, leading the South. The Ravens are 3-1, the first wild card. My Patriots are 3-1 with the second wild. And the 2-2 Bengals currently occupy the final wild card entering week 5. And then look at the NFC. We've got the Buccaneers at 4-0. The Bears are 4-0. And then we've got a bunch of 3-1 teams. 3-1 Cowboys, 3-1 Seahawks. I don't know. 3-1 Packers, 3-1 Lions, 3-1 Niners. So a lot of chaos in the NFC. And now we'll go to Williams Simulator, and we'll see the chaos in that division as well. So a lot of fun scenarios here. Now Restream's deciding to lag. They wait until I have the screen in a really bad. I have the screen in a really bad angle to lag again. That's very funny, Restream. You wait until my screen is in the worst position possible to lag again. You wait until I have Google Chrome in literally the worst spot before you start lagging again. It's just, this is exactly what. Whatever. We'll get to let's see what William did here, and then we'll get to week 5 and 6. But yeah, it's almost 1, and we're already through the first month of the season. So
I'm still finalizing my draft board for our draft.
Exactly. I'm taking Jeremiah Love.
Traded for Josh Allen and set off an all-out arms race. Chris here got number 1 and Jeremiah Love, and this is going to be a fun season, man. This is a competitive as hell league too. And now we have the orphan rebuild kind of perspective from Marshall coming on later. He's been on our show. He was on last year. So that'll be fun coming up live. Like I said,
that'll be live at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Still setting my draft.
And now we'll get to Williams. Now we'll get to Williams on DuckDuckGo. Joey's got the Brave browser because he's Brave, and I've got Google Chrome. So not because I'm the biggest here, but because
I got Danica Patrick over here, so I'm all good with that.
DuckDuckGo is not GoDaddy, William. One has a duck, the other.
Okay. Whichever one. Oh,
But yes,
okay.
Williams simulator. He's got the Patriots at 4-0, the Ravens at 4-0, the Chiefs at 3-1, the Texans at 3-1, Bills at 3-1, Steelers at 3-1, and the Broncos are the final wild card at 2-2. And then the Bucks 4-0, Niners 4-0, Bears 3-1, Giants 3-1, Panthers 3-1, Seahawks 3-1, and Eagles at 2-2. All right.
Okay.
And on
More
that
to
note,
go.
I'm going to. I've already got my week 5 loaded. I'm going to pull up week 5 on both of your simulators, and we'll get started on week number 5.
What were my playoff matchups again?
Your playoff matchups through 4 weeks, we have 2-seed Chiefs versus 7-seed Bengals, 4-0 Chiefs versus 2-2 Bengals, Patriots Browns game in Cleveland 3-1, and then Ravens Texans 3-1. Packers Seahawks in Seattle 3-1, Lions Cowboys 3-1, and then Niners Bears in Chicago 4-0, and then the Bills and Buccaneers are the teams with buys at the moment. But big game coming up in week 5 is Buccaneers Bills, and I took the Cowboys to win this game. I took the Cowboys to beat the Buccaneers in week 5 on Amazon Prime. It's Thursday Night Football, and it's a big Thursday night game for you, Joey, because you've got the Cowboys at 3-1 and the Bucs at 4-0. So this is a big Thursday night game for you. I took the Cowboys.
You took who?
I took the Cowboys, but it was a very tough decision. If this was a 1 p.m. or 4:05 game, I would have gone Tampa. But I took the Cowboys because it's in prime time.
Okay, I'll take the Cowboys as well.
And yes, so you've got the there's no more undefeated. Bears are the last undefeated in the let's look at the buys for week 5 really quickly. The Panthers and Chiefs are the only teams on buys this week. So the Chiefs, even if all the other unbeatens lose, the Chiefs will remain unbeaten in Joey's simulator and mine. And then Williams' simulator has the Chiefs lost the opener. So you got the Buccaneers continuing their winning ways, William, or do they finally fall back to reality?
Who are they playing right here?
Cowboys.
Yeah, give me the Cowboys. That's
All
gonna
right,
be one
so
of
the
those tough
Cowboys
things,
finally
so,
win a
yeah,
game.
they're gonna have to win a game. They're there.
Yeah.
But you know,
And then the next
this
game
could be not tank for Shadur. This could be tank for Manning again. So
Yeah.
who knows with the Cowboys?
Eagles Jaguars in London is the next game, guys. I took the Jaguars, I think, in London. I've got the Jags winning multiple games in London. I'm looking to see what I have. Yeah, I've got the Jags in London. So I've got the Eagles dropping to. I've got the Eagles dropping to. I've got the Eagles winning in week 4, then 2-3. But yeah, in your situation here, Joey, you got the Jags at 0-4, and you've got the Eagles at 1-3. So this is pretty much an elimination game for both teams. In your scenario, anyway.
I'll take the Jags in this one.
Interesting. And then the next game is Texans-Titans in Tennessee. I took the Titans in the upset to beat the Texans to make this division a little bit more interesting because these teams meet again in Houston in Week 18. So I took the Titans to create some drama. I'm guessing neither of you wants to create that. William, who do you like in this Eagles-Jags game in London?
Give me the Jags.
So, yeah, everyone's got the Jags at 2. William and all of us agree on the home teams winning so far. I took the Titans to upset the Texans just to make the AFC South a little bit more interesting.
What was the next one? The Titans and the
Texans, Titans, and Tennessee. Final
the
year of
Texans.
Nissan Stadium before So Williams
Give me-
taking Texans to improve to
Yes, sir.
4-1. All right, Joey, who do you like in this one? I took the Titans and William took the Texans.
I'll take the Titans in an upset.
All right. And then the next game is Dolphins Bengals in Miami. I think I took the Bengals here. I'm double checking. I did. I had the Bengals winning on the road. So again, I've got the Bengals winning on the road in Miami, and I've got Miami dropping to 0-5. And the Bengals have a 3-game winning streak going and can make this AFC playoff race a little bit more interesting if you pick them to win. But, you know. These are basically winners from my Week 5 schedule. I've already filled out the entire regular season, but yeah, I mean, this is what I have.
What was the game on the block now?
The next game on the block is Bengals and Dolphins in Miami.
Yeah. Give me the Bengals.
I took the Bengals.
Yeah.
Williams the Bengals as well to get to 2-3. Dolphins to 0-5. Joey?
Yeah, I'll go Bengals.
Next game is Patriots,
Dolphins
Raiders,
are-
in New England. So nobody's taking the Raiders to beat the Patriots in New England, so that'd be crazy. Vikings, Saints in New Orleans. Saints coming off that Monday night win against Atlanta. They get another home game. I think I took the Saints to as the home team. I did. So I got Tyler Shutt and the Saints winning this one.
Yeah. Give me the Saints too.
Oops, I clicked on Joey's bracket. I clicked on the Saints, but yeah. I also took the Browns to beat the Jets in New York. But this might be where William takes the Jets to get their first win of the year because he's not confident in either the Jets or Browns situations.
Yeah, give me the Jets.
So Joey's taking the Browns, I believe, just like me, and William's taking the Jets. This is and then the next game is Colts Steelers in Pittsburgh. This is going to be interesting because, you know, this will be interesting, to say the least.
What was it again?
Colts Steelers in Pittsburgh.
Give me the Steelers.
Crap, this is Joey's bracket. I accidentally clicked on Joey's bracket. You want the Colt? Oh, whatever. It is what it is. If Joey wants the Colts, I can always change it.
Nah, the Colts aren't impressing me right now.
All right. And the Giants and Commanders in Washington. I took the Commanders. I think I took all the home teams left on the schedule except for the Cardinals. I may have taken the Falcons over the Ravens. I don't know. I'll double check that right now.
Yeah, the Ravens.
I did take the Falcons, and I took the Bills over the Rams. All right. So you guys, you want the Giants? It's in Washington.
Giants.
So William wants.
I'll take the Giants in an upset here.
All right, cool. So Joey's got the Giants at 3-2. William's got the Giants at 4-1, and then I've got the Chargers beating the Broncos. But it's a big game. Both teams 2-2. It's a big game.
was it again?
It's Broncos Chargers in LA. I took
Give
the
me the
Chargers.
Broncos.
All right, so this is Joey's bracket. Okay. All right. Joey, who are you taking?
For
Broncos Chargers. It's in LA.
Bron-
I took Chargers.
Broncos.
You're taking Broncos. All right. This is where the Chargers begin their charging ways. The next game is Bears Packers in Green Bay. So Bears are Joey's only remaining unbeaten team at this point in the season, but the NFC anyway. But I've got a feeling you're going to take the Packers as well. It's in Green Bay. It's a big game.
Yeah. Packers for sure.
All right, I'll make sure to put Packers for William. So William's got the Bears and Packers both at 3 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right for that.
And then
division.
the Lions beat the Cardinals. They enter the 3 and 2 race as well.
Lions. Yeah, give me the Lions.
I'll go with the Cardinals in an upset.
All right, and then you got Bears or Packers. Winner of this is controls the NFC North division. The Lions stumbling against the Cardinals in Joey's bracket. You know, these next two games, Bears, Packers, 49ers, Seahawks in Seattle, these are both very tough games to pick. And I took the Falcons in a Sunday Night Football upset over the Ravens with Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah. I like that.
So Williams' only 5-0 team is the Patriots, assuming the Niners can join them if they beat the Seahawks in Seattle. I don't know what he's going to do. Honestly, that's just the one game where William might pick his Niners to lose.
Yeah. Possibly.
He doesn't want to pick them to lose a lot of games as a fan of the team, but this is the one game where he might pick them to lose.
Well, you know, this is a team that there's an out-and-out arms race in the NFC West, and what did they do in this draft? They didn't get one starter.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. So yeah, I think I definitely have to take Seattle on that one. They're just
and I took the Bills over the Rams. I've got the Bills at 5-0, so I'm guessing the Bills rebound here in LA. For your, so I've got your standings ready to go. We're just waiting on Joey's picks for these final 3 games, final 4 actually.
Okay.
Packers, Bears.
Yeah, I thought I said Packers.
Okay, I didn't hear you. That's my fault. And then the Niners, Seahawks, in Seattle. I took Seahawks at Williams. Joey's taking Niners, playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Ravens and Falcons. I took Kevin Stefanski to pull the upset over Baltimore.
I got the Ravens.
All right.
Yeah.
And then the final game, Bills, Rams, in LA. I took the Bills to be 5-0.
Yep. I like the Bills as well.
And they've gone into LA, beat the Rams after they won Super Bowl 56, and I think they beat them again another time.
No.
Or maybe that was the game the Rams won 2 years ago, but
I take the Rams.
all right. So I had the Bills and the Chiefs, and I think the Seahawks as my only 4-0 teams after week 5. Joey's only unbeaten is the Chiefs, and Williams got one unbeaten left as well, and that is the Patriots. So I'll pull those up for our audience to look at, and then we'll move on to week 6. I don't want to share multiple screens, Restream. I want to X out of my screen and share Joey's screen, and then look at the playoff matchups entering week 6, and then we'll look at Williams. So, all right. So I'm gonna go back to my screen for a second. I'm not gonna screen share my screen. You'll see Joey's screen on Restream, folks. I'm just loading the week 6 games on my screen, so I have something to read off of. All right. There we go. All right, so in Joey's simulator, through 5 weeks, we have the Kansas City Chiefs, who are on a bye as the number 1 seed at 4-0. The Bills are 4-1, 2 seed. The Browns are 4-1, they're the 3 seed. The Titans are 3-2, they're the 4 seed. The Ravens are 4-1, they're the 5 seed. Patriots 4-1, and you got the Bengals. And then the NFC, we've got the Cowboys at 4-1, Packers at 4-1, Buccaneers at 4-1, Niners at 4-1, Bears at 4-1, Rams and Seahawks at 3-2. So things looking a lot similar to last year now with those wins. And then I'll pull up Williams' screen here, and we can break this down.
All right.
And we'll break down week 6. It looks like we're going to finish week 6 before 2.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm still getting my draft board together.
Yeah, we'll end the show by 2, but if we finish week 6 before 2, we might just we might do week 7. I will put it to a vote. We'll see how we feel.
All right.
And then Williams, duck, go here. We've got we've got through 5 weeks in Williams' board. We've got the Patriots at 5-0. You got the Texans at 4-1 as the 2 seed. The Steelers at 4-1 as the 3 seed. The Chiefs at 3-1 off a bye week. They lead the division because the Broncos are 3-2. The Ravens at 4-1 as the wild card. The Bills at 4-1 and the Broncos at 3-2. And then in the NFC, you've got Seahawks 4-1, Giants 4-1, Buccaneers 4-1, Packers 3-2, Niners 4-1, Panthers 3-1, with the only bye week, and Saints at 3-2. So that is what Williams' board looks like.
All right.
After 5 weeks. And then the Broncos play the Seahawks in Denver on Thursday Night Football. So I took the Broncos in this game, by the way. I have the Seahawks starting 5-0, and then I have them losing this game to the Broncos. This is going to be Seattle's first loss this season. For me, anyway. So, yeah. I've got Seattle losing their first game of the season here. But this is a tough scenario for Joey because he's got the Broncos and the Seahawks both at 3-2. So this really is a must-win game for both teams.
I take the Broncos.
Yeah.
And then Texans play the Jags in Houston.
I'll take the Jags.
It's a London game, so I took. I think I took.
Yeah, Jaguars as well.
It's a London game. Yeah, this is a London game, so I did take the. I did take London in weeks to make this AFC South division a little bit more interesting. And then Williams got the Broncos beating the Seahawks. And then he's got the Jags beating the Texans. Make this division race a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah.
The Bears play the Falcons in Atlanta. Who did I take in this one? I think I took the Falcons in a home upset over the Bears. So I took the Falcons in an upset.
Okay, who are they
We'll share
playing?
Joey's Falcons. Bears are playing the Falcons in
Bears.
Atlanta. I took the Falcons in an upset.
I take the
Joey's
Bears.
taking the Bears.
Bears.
Bears are 5-1 in Joey's
Bears.
simulator, and Williams' simulator also has the Bears winning, improving to 4-2. So, slow Joey's simulator. Let's X out of mine because Joey has the Browns and Ravens at 4-1, and I'll show you guys. I think I took the Browns to win this game, but the Ravens play the Browns in Cleveland, and I took the Browns to win this game.
And I think that kind of, I know I didn't think of it this way, but it actually sums up how I think the division's going to go. It's going to be between the old Browns and the new Browns this year. Might not turn out that way.
I think it's going to be between the Bengals and the Browns, honestly. I think it's going to be between
really?
the Bengals and the Browns. It's going to look like the Browns are winning early. It's going to look like the Browns are going to win the division early in the year before the Bengals creep up at the end.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, but I'm going to take Baltimore in this one. I think Baltimore and Cleveland split, and I think Baltimore gets the first blow, draws first blood. So, I'm going to take them in this one.
All right, I'm going to load simulator here. Joey's picking against the Browns, and you can see Joey's got the Browns at 4-1 and the Ravens at 4-1, but Joey's taking the Browns, and Joey's taking the Ravens to get the first blow, and he's got the I've got the Colts. I think I picked the Colts to beat the Titans, but before William, you're taking the Ravens over the Browns as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm the only one taking the Browns at home versus the Ravens. But all right, next game's Colts-Titans. I believe I took the I did. I took the Colts to win in front of their home crowd here.
Yeah, Colts.
Oh, that was Joey's bracket. I didn't mean to click on the Colts. Do you want the Titans instead? Do you want me to change that? I think the drama makes the division race more.
No,
Joey. I already got you, William. I already got you, but I accidentally clicked on the Colts and Joey's. I'm sharing two screens in addition to mine, so it's like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's like, if you want me to change it, I can.
Yeah, I got the Titans. I thought you were talking to William, so that's my bad.
Oh, you're good. So this is a win, and Titans are now 4-2, and the Colts are 0-6 in Joey's simulator. The next game's Jets, Patriots, and New England. Let's face it, Patriots are going to win this game.
Yep.
We're not even acknowledging that this is a game. So the Patriots are now 6-0 in Williams. They're 5-1 and I think they're 4-2 in mine. I've got the Patriots losing to the Bills and the Seahawks, but they both took the Patriots to beat the Seahawks. So yeah. All right, and then the next game is Saints and Giants in New York. I took the Giants to win this one. But it's a very pivotal game because Joey's got the
give me the Giants.
Right.
The pivotal game I've got
3-2 versus 3-2. 3-2 Saints versus 3-2 Giants. It's a very pivotal game. You got to decide who's 4-2 here.
I'll go with the Giants. It's like they're surprising even me with my picks. So
only showing Williams got the Giants at 4-1. So the game has greater stakes in Williams' simulator. That's why we're switching. We're not making any changes or cancellations. If It's 3-2 versus 4-1. That means the game has greater stakes in Williams Simulator, and that's why we have to show that. All right. Panthers, the 0-4 Panthers play the 1-4 Eagles off the bye. You're giving the Eagles win number 2 here, I'm guessing. I've got the Eagles winning this game. So, as much as you want to give the Panthers a win, it's not going to happen versus a 1-4 Angry Bird Howie Roseman team.
Yeah. Gotta have the Eagles then.
Yeah. You're good. Oops. You want? So Williams got the Eagles at 3-3, and the Panthers dropped to 3-2. And then the Steelers play the Buccaneers. Joey, you're taking Baker. I know you don't like the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm going with the Bucks. Yeah, it's like the
But
Steelers.
Williams got the Steelers and the Bucks at 4-1 in Tampa. It's a big game. It's a big game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Bucks can lose this and still control their destiny, whereas the Steelers don't win this. The Ravens have some breathing room.
Yeah, I'd definitely take the Bucks for a little bit of a
We all got the Bucks. All right,
Yeah.
so.
make them work for it.
And then the next game is you got the Cardinals and Rams at 1-4. All right, so next up it is the Cardinals and Rams. All right.
Where do I have the Rams sitting?
It's Cardinals versus Rams in LA. You've got the Rams
give
at
me the Rams.
you got both teams at 1-4.
Yeah,
and
'cause
Joe's
I'm
got the
not sure
Rams
if,
now 4-2, and the Cardinals drop, and then on the Rams are 2-4. Chargers and Chiefs. It's in Kansas City with the Chiefs coming off a bye week. So the Chiefs had the first bye week in Week 5 with the Panthers, and then they get this home game. So they get 2 weeks to prepare for the Chargers in Arrowhead.
Chiefs.
Joey?
Yeah, I'll hit the Chiefs too.
Yeah, Chiefs bye. I've got the Chiefs 5-0 as well. I've got the Bills and Chiefs both running the table. The Chiefs, the Bills play the Raiders in Week 6 in Vegas. They're not losing 2 in a row. If they slip up versus the Rams, they're not losing to the Raiders. And yeah, and then I'm gonna load Joey's simulator now because Joey's got the Cowboys and the Packers at 4-1, and the stakes in this game are higher in his simulator versus Williams. So, and it's in Dallas. I mean, it's in Green Bay this time around. Last year it was in Dallas when they tied. This game's in Green Bay, and it's a big game for both teams because.
Green Bay.
Yeah, William, I know you're picking Green Bay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I know you're picking Green Bay.
So we're clear.
Of course you're picking Green Bay. And now the Bears fall in the wild card range. Packers reclaim the North, and then you've got the Bucks at 2, the Giants at 1. Your Niners are at 3 thanks to Seahawks slipping up against Denver. And then the Niners host the Commanders. So that's a game I think the Niners are going to win. So I've got the Niners at 4-2. You've got them at 5-1.
Yeah.
And crap, what the hell is this? Hopefully. All right, good. Didn't reset the simulator. Everything's all right. And then the Niners jump the Buccaneers after in Williams simulator with the Bengals, Lions, Dolphins, and Vikings in bye weeks. But we've got Williams simulator solved. We just need Joey's picks for the Sunday night game and the Monday night game.
What we got?
Cowboys and Packers in Green Bay.
Green Bay.
And then we've got the Commanders and the 49ers in San Francisco on Monday night.
Commanders.
All right. I like it. Make things interesting. So here's what we've got after 6 weeks in Joey's simulator. After a third of the season in Joey's simulator, we've got the Chiefs at 1 at 5-0. The Bills are number 2. Allen is playing catch-up to Mahomes. Lamar Jackson is playing catch-up to Mahomes. Titans are a surprise number 4 seed. My Patriots are 5-1. They're the 5 seed. The Browns are 4-2. They're the 6 seed. And the Broncos are 4-2. They're the last wild card. And then we've also got the Buccaneers at 5-1. The Packers are 5-1, but the Bucs have the head-to-head tiebreaker. The Cowboys are 4-2. They still lead the East. The Rams are 4-2. The Bears are 5-1, but they're wild card 1. And then we've got the Giants and Niners in the NFC with the last 2 wild cards at 4-2. And then we'll pull up. Why is the screen zoomed in full screen? I don't want restream full screen on my computer that I can't even see my other tabs. I don't want that. I don't want to X out my content, but I don't want it. I don't want everything full screened either. Like, guys, there's a limit. You gotta. How do I zoom out? Restream, how the hell do I zoom out? Because this thing is taking up the entire fucking screen. No offense, Joey, it's just I can't even see any of the other tabs. Like, it's like the blue screen of death here. I can't even see anything else because, alright. Obviously, I can't even see anything else, and that is a problem. Should I stop sharing for a second? We'll share William's screen, but I do not know what's happening here with the restream because the screen is taking up my entire computer, and that is problematic. That is very problematic. I don't want to zoom in. I want to zoom out. I can't even see anything else. I can't even see any of their tabs. That is very problematic, Restream. That is that's like a cardinal sin no-no. That's not just a no-no. That's a cardinal sin no-no. Like, come on, Restream. Can't do that to me. You can't do me dirty like that, Restream, ever. Under any circumstance. Ever. Okay, there we go. There we go, Restream. This is looking a lot better. This is looking a lot better. I just need to go back to welcome. Go back to welcome, Restream. Go back to welcome. This is looking a lot better. This is looking a lot better. Now, can you just switch out of the freaking demo and let me go back to welcome screen? Jesus. Let me go back to the welcome screen. Let me go back to the welcome screen, Restream. Let me go back to the welcome screen.
Oh, damn it.
I've clicked on it 500 times. It's still not loading the... Oh, we're in the demo. I do not want to be in the demo version of the show. I want the screen share. If I set the demo for the same portion as the welcome portion of the show, oh god, this is not good. All right, we're back to this is Joey's board, correct, or is this my board? Let's see. Let's see. This is still Joey's board, so we're still on Joey's board. We were about to get to Williams, but Joey had Chiefs at 5-0, Bills at 5-1, Ravens 5-1, Titans 4-2, Patriots 5-1, Bills and Broncos, and then Buccaneers. Cowboys Giants matchup looks really intriguing. 4-2, Niners. All right. Everything's back to normal now. Everything's back to normal. We had to wait 20 minutes for freaking Restream to get Williams' playoff matchups up. So the suspense better be worth it, Restream. The suspense for these playoff matchups better be worth the technical difficulties we endured. Williams' playoff matchups better have a return on investment after all right, still see me. Can be scores yet. There we go. There we go. Now we can see everything. So through 6 weeks, William has the Patriots at 6-0. The Ravens are 5-1. The Chiefs are 4-1. The Texans are 4-2. The Bills are 5-1. The Broncos and Steelers are each 4-2. And then the Giants are 5-1. The Niners are 5-1. The Bucks are 5-1. Packers 4-2. Seahawks 4-2. Bears 4-2. And the 3-2 Panthers and 3-2 Lions are tied for the last wild card. But because we both picked the Panthers to beat the Lions on Sunday Night Football, the Panthers have the last wild card at the moment. All right, it is 1:26. I did not, because after last week's crazy long show where we recapped every draft pick, I did not anticipate it being 1:30 and us done with the first 6 weeks. If it was 1:30 and you guys both wanted to quit, I'd be like, let's quit. It's 1:25. We'll do week 7 and then we'll see how we feel. Because Joey, let's face it, we're ahead of schedule in that respect. Because I don't think any of us came into this thinking, oh, we're going to be done with the first 6 weeks by 1:30. We came into last week thinking it would be a short, smooth show. It was a long show, and we came into this week thinking it'd be a long show, and it's been very short to the point and very smooth. So we will knock out another week.
Still,
William, I said I wouldn't keep things past
time.
two. Usually I do. Usually I'll do like the first 8 or 9 weeks. But because of your rookie draft, we're only going to air until 2 today. We could stop now, but it's like I feel like let's try to get one more weekend because let's do another week and see how we feel after that. If we want to stop after that, we can, but let's do another week and see how we feel. And the first game in week 7 involves Patriots and Bears on Thursday Night Football, guys. So I took the Bears to win this game. It's a very big Thursday night game. It's Caleb Williams. It's Drake May. 5-1 versus. I've got the Patriots losing to the Bears and falling to 4-3 on the season.
I'll take Patriots all day.
All right. Williams taking the Patriots, and the Patriots improved to 7-0 in Williams' scenario. All right. Patriots or Bears, Joey? You've got the tiebreaker here. I took the Bears. William took the Patriots.
I'll take the Bears.
Yeah, I figured as much. And the Bears improved to 6-1 in your simulator. Steelers Saints first NFL game in France. I took the Saints. I've got the Saints winning this one against Pittsburgh.
What?
It's NFL's first game in Paris. It is Saints Steelers is the first NFL game in Paris, France.
Sorry, my mic was off. Where are we at?
It's Steelers and Saints in Paris, guys.
I'm definitely going to take the Steelers on that one.
I took the Saints. It's in Paris, but I'll I'll update your simulator right now to make sure the Steelers win. And Steelers improved to Steelers are 5-2 now in Williams' simulator. They are I don't know where I had them in my simulator, but regardless, Saints. It's a big game. Saints can get over 500 with a win. But it's a big international game. Who'd you take, Joey? Did you take the Steelers or the Saints? I've got a feeling you want the Saints, but
I'll go with the Saints.
And then the Niners play the Falcons. Who did I pick in this one? Did I pick Stefanski or did I pick the
I'm having
Niners?
some technical difficulties. I'll definitely take the
I took
Niners
the
on this one.
Falcons. All right, I took the Falcons. All right, I took the Falcons over the. I took the Falcons over the Niners in another Atlanta Mercedes-Benz. It's Niners are 4-2 in Joey's simulation, and the Falcons are 1-5. Falcons are due for a win at some point, but the Niners edge rushers do match up well with Atlanta. If Mikael Williams and Bosa are healthy, they do match up well.
Yeah,
That's
for
a
sure.
game I'm on the
And,
fence
you
about.
know, that is the one thing that they did take care of is the defensive tackles and the lack thereof that they had last year. The lack of pressure is the least in the league.
Yeah.
And, you know, they took Grayson Holton. I know you did talk him up quite a bit, you know, and what I have seen, he is good. So that is the one thing that I do like about the Niners draft there is the defensive line. They did add, you know, situational pass rushers with Romello Height, you know, coming in as a nickel pass rusher. They've got a NASCAR scheme, you know, with Mikael moving inside. You know, Osa and Bosa and maybe another Bosa by the time training camp comes around. But, yeah, that's one good thing about my Niners right now. So,
yeah, Niners or Falcons, Joey?
Not the Falcons.
I took the Falcons in an upset. All right, so Joey takes the Falcons to make things interesting. And then I think I don't remember if I took the Browns or the Titans. I think I may have taken the Browns. I'm double checking to make sure. I took the Titans. I took the Titans. Okay, I thought I took the Browns. I took the Titans. But it's close. This could legitimately go either way. But since Joey's got both teams at 4-2, I think we should share his screen for now, just because this is a pivotal Week 7 game. It's a very pivotal Week 7 game. I'll share my screen for a second, then we'll share Joey's. But this is a very pivotal Week 7 game. So I think I've got the Chiefs and Bills both without a loss entering Week 8. So I don't know if that's exactly going to happen, but let's see. We'll have his breakdown for Browns and we'll have his breakdowns and of his down for Browns Titans, because this game is going to have much higher implications this season versus a season ago, when both these rookies were going through their growing pains. Restream, I clicked on the welcome screen. I didn't click on the demo. Stop redirecting people to the demo. I wish they would just get rid of the demo and just have the welcome screen. It would make things so much easier for us. I don't think they're going to do that as a company. I'm just saying if they did that, it would make things a lot easier for me. That's why chatting with your customer service about this is very pointless. Like, it's not pointless, it's very pointless. And if you're about as pissed off about it as I am, it's very effing pointless. But anyway, crap. I meant to share Joey's screen. Williams got the Titans at 2-4 and the Browns at 1-5. we don't want to share a game where two teams have losing records. I meant to click on Joey's screen here. You give me the wrong screen here, Restream. The wrong frickin' screen. It is little shit like this that's going to keep us from getting to Week 8 today. It's little shit like this. No performance warning. Just that. We'll go back to William's screen here, but it's like no performance warning. Frickin'. And don't redirect shit. Like, and don't take me to the demo. This fucking technical shit. I hate the demo screen. There should only be one screen. It should be the welcome screen. Wait. I'm seeing something really quickly. If I delete the demo screen, I only have the welcome screen. Okay, you can delete the demo screen. Alright, so in future shows, I think that, because there's always two screens. There's a welcome screen and a demo screen. I think for future shows, I'm just going to delete the demo screen and just have the welcome screen to avoid this technical bullshit. But anyway, we've got the, we just got to X out of fucking Williams Simulator because we don't want 1 and 5 versus 2 and 4. That's not fun. That's not a fun game to promote. All right, and then we're gonna go to the Brave browser, and we've got 4 and 2 Browns and 4 and 2 Titans. And I will get your pick, William. I'll get your pick in.
Browns and Titans.
Yeah, it's Browns Titans.
Give me the Browns, man.
All right.
Give me the Browns.
I took the Titans. William's taking the Browns. Both teams are 2.
I'll take the Browns.
Yeah. And Browns are now 5 and 2. All right, so, but the Patriots still own the 5 seed. The Browns have the 6 seed, but that could change if the Ravens lose. Yeah, and then you Colts play the Vikings. This is a very bland game. Colts facing the Vikings off a bye week in Minnesota. Well, the Vikings, Daniel Jones was the Vikings' backup. That might be enough of a reason to take the Colts. You've got the Colts at 0-6, but I feel like you're going to.
They let him go too, and if Daniel Jones is back, then definitely take the Colts.
So William wants the Colts. William's got the Colts at 3 and 4, and the Vikings at 2 and 4. Them losing. What are you thinking, Joe?
And then Murray will go get paid next year, and then come back and beat the Vikings too.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You got the Vikings or the Colts. This is a tough game to pick, Joey. Right now, the Colts and the Jets are your only 2 0-6 teams at the moment.
I'm gonna take the Colts.
All right. And then the next game is Dolphins, Jets in New York.
Dolphins, Jets in New York. Give me the Dolphins.
Williams taking the Dolphins. I took the Jets as the home team. Williams taking the Dolphins.
Like I said, that's going to be an interesting one
all
too.
32 NFL teams have a win in Williams Simulator. Patriots are still 7-0, and all 32 NFL teams finally have a win in Williams Simulator in Week 7. I have a few teams still winless at this point in the season, mainly one, but Joey's got the Dolphins, Jets winless, and the Panthers still winless. Yeah. This is the type of game where that makes Stephen Ross and Woody Johnson want to snort cocaine off penguins, literal penguins in Antarctica. Not like, that's how brutal this game is. This is a game that makes both Woody Johnson and Stephen Ross want to snort cocaine off a penguin in Antarctica.
makes them want to. Not that they really want.
Not that they're going to resort to such
that they're
illegal
gonna.
behaviors. Not that they're going to resort.
No.
Not that they're going to resort to such illegal behaviors, but this is
They've just gotta generate some euphoria somehow, and whatever they got going on in football is not.
And a winless Dolphins versus Jets game, the first thing that comes to my mind is Stephen Ross and Woody Johnson snorting coke off Penguins. It's the very first thing that comes to my mind. That's how bad this game is.
Trying to get something of a high, but ticket sales, or something from all the quarterbacks that they've never had, Joe Namath.
And at this point in the season, the Texas Longhorns are still undefeated, and Arch Manning's like, Dad, if the Jets lose this game, I'm going back to college.
Yeah, please no. Please don't make me do it. He's going to pull an Eli. I wouldn't blame him, man. I wouldn't blame him one damn bit.
Would you just say the Jets beat the 49ers?
The Dolphins and Jets are both winless, and they're playing each other in Week 7. What I said, Joey, while you were gone, is I said this game is so brutal. The first thing I think of is Stephen Ross and the Jets owner Woody Johnson snorting cocaine off Penguins in Antarctica. That's how brutal this game is. That's the first thought that comes into my mind. 0-5 Dolphins, 0-6 Jets in your simulator. Who's going to get their first win between these two winless teams in New York? It's in New Jersey, but yeah.
I'll go with the Jets.
All right, so Joey's taking the Jets, William's taking the Dolphins, and then we've got the Buccaneers playing the Panthers in Carolina. Are the Panthers going to remain winless, or are they going to get their first win against Baker?
I'll go with Baker.
Yeah, as much as Joey wants to give the Panthers a win, A, he likes Baker more, and B, having two winless teams drives up the drama for that number one pick in the draft. And now you got those two teams, the Dolphins and the Panthers. All right. And then, William, who you got? You got the Bucks at 5-1 and the Panthers at 3-2. So I'm going to screen share your thing now.
That's another one of those rivalry games, and I watched the Bucks and Panthers go at it for years, man. And it's like the Chiefs and Raiders, the Raiders and Broncos. It's just that old time, Chicago Bear kind of thing. It's that kind of thing, and I will take Carolina in this one too.
I think I took Carolina in mine as well, but.
I know I picked them in the primetime game, but this is a rivalry game, man, and I imagine they'll split with the Buccaneers 1-1 this next year. They generally do.
I don't want to split the screens here, Restream. What the hell are you guys? Restream, cut the performance warning shit out. Okay? I don't want to share multiple screens, and I want... Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so Williams taking the Panthers. So the Panthers are 4-2 in his thing, and the Bucks are 5-1. I'm pretty certain I took the Panthers. I'm just double checking. I'm not going to reload my screen. I'm just double checking to see. Yeah, I took the Panthers. All right. So what do we got here? We've got a few big games left. We've got the Bengals and Ravens in Baltimore.
Bengals and Ravens and Baltimore.
It's in Baltimore.
Give me the Ravens, man.
I took the Ravens as well.
Since he's been inconsistent, they've been hurt, they've been all kinds of stuff, but the Ravens have met to a certain extent, but
yeah, it's fair. Joey, who are you thinking, Ravens or Bengals? It's in Baltimore.
I'll go with Bengals. I got to get off to Schneid sometime.
Yeah, now you've got 5-2, 5-2, 4-2, and that's probably going to give the Bengals a chance at that wild card. And then you've got the Texans and Giants. Giants play the Texans in Houston.
That's going to be a good game. I like that one.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm sure I got them at about the same record apiece.
Yeah.
So Yeah, give me the Texans.
All right. I think I took the Texans as well. I did. So Williams got the Texans at 5-2. So his Niners have a little bit of breathing room at 6-1. There's a lot of 5-2 teams, but the Niners also a beneficiary of playing a lot of weaker opponents as well in this early portion of the schedule. There's still a lot of football left. Broncos Cardinals. Joey, who you got in between the Giants and Texans? You say Texans?
I'll actually go with the Giants in this one.
All right. So you've got the Giants at 5-2 and the Titans at 4-3. Very interesting. Broncos Cardinals in Arizona.
Home team for sure.
You're taking the Cardinals in an upset,
Denver,
William.
Denver.
Arizona's the home team. You said home team.
Oh, no. Give me Denver.
Okay,
Sorry, I've got the hiccups.
no worries. Yeah. And the next two, I think we've all got the Broncos. All right, I'm going to load Joey's screen up here, and we're going to break down the Packers, Lions, and Detroit. I think I took the Lions here. This is a big game. This is a big game for both. It's a big game for both.
Just preview it will be down there.
I'm just seeing what I did for this purposes because, yeah, I took the Lions in front of their home crowd over the Packers. All right. I did take the Lions, so
Yeah, I'll take the Lions as well.
and then Rams and Raiders. I'm guessing you guys are. Well, William, you got the Rams at 2-4 and the Raiders at 1-5. But if the Rams get to 3-4, at least they've got a fighting chance.
Yeah, this is about the time that the Rams will start winning a couple games. So yeah, I'll definitely take them here.
Chiefs and Seahawks in Seattle. This is tough because I took the Chiefs in the upset. I think Kenneth Walker revenge game's incoming. Yeah, I've got a Kenneth Walker revenge game happening, so I took the Chiefs to upset the Seahawks.
Yeah, because they just let him walk, dude. They didn't even think twice about it.
So, yeah, now the Niners have a 2-game lead over Seattle, despite losing them in Seattle, and they've got a 3-game lead over the Rams. So this is beautiful if this happens. Chiefs lead the division. The Broncos are 5-2. Chargers are 2-4 in Williams' scenario here. Steelers are 5-2. Bills are 5-1. Bengals are 2-4. So there's definitely some interesting storylines here. Joey, what do you got here? What do we got for your situation, your simulator? You got Packers or Lions?
Well, my situation's frustrating, but for the previewer, oh shit, no, that's what made me frustrated. But for the preview, I'm going to go with the Lions.
Yep, and then the Rams over the Raiders, I'm guessing, and then the Seahawks. I took them to upset Seattle, but Seahawks are your only unbeaten left. I mean, the Chiefs are your only unbeaten left, and you've got the Seahawks at 3-3 in a spot where the urgency for them to win is far greater than.
I like what the Seahawks did, so I'm going to go Seahawks in the upset here.
All right, and then final game is Cowboys, Eagles, and Philly. I took the Eagles.
Yep.
It's Monday Night
I got the
Football.
Cowboys. I think their
Oh, really?
rookies really come out and shine tonight.
All right. So through 7 weeks, here is what we have. We have more updates here. It's 149 now, so it'll be after 150, and then we'll decide. What we're gonna do after this, because we could do week 8, but that we'd have to stop it after week 8 if we did week 8. And I'm on the fence. Like I'm not opposed or favored one way or the other. Like when it was 126, I was like, yeah, we'll do it. Let's see how we feel. I'm not
Hey,
opposed
guys.
one way or the other if we
Does
stop
this
after
image
week
make me look fat?
8.
Does this image make me look fat?
No, Joey. All right, so
I'm fat right
7
now.
weeks. Through 7 weeks, you've got the Bills at 5-1, the Chiefs at 5-1. The Chiefs are now the 2 seed after losing to Seattle. The Ravens are the 3 seed at 5-2. The Titans are 4-3. They still control the South. The Patriots are 5-2. The Browns are 5-2, and the Broncos are 5-2. With those teams having a grip hold over the wild card, the Bengals are making some noise at 4-2 as well, but the bye week screws them over at the moment. And then
It's interesting because I really wasn't following along my picks. So the fact that the AFC tends to be that cramped that's actually a pretty good sign for the AFC this year.
Yeah. And the NFC, we've got the Bears at 6-1, the Buccaneers at 6-1, the Cowboys are 5-2, even after a Monday night win over the Eagles and Philly. The Rams are 5-2. They lead the NFC South in Joey's simulator. The Packers are 5-2. The Giants are 5-2, and the Lions are the only 4-2 NFC team. So while the bye week screws the Bengals, the bye week helps the Lions keep the Niners and Seahawks out of the playoffs through 7 weeks. And the Dolphins and Panthers are both 0-6. So those teams have already used their byes, but they are keeping 1-6 teams like the Raiders, Colts from getting Arch Manning, Dante Moore, whatever quarterback they want. But yeah, let's look at Williams Simulator now, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. Because I think the most we would do if we decided to continue is 9 weeks. I'm open to doing an 8th week, but I'm also open to stopping. I just want to see Williams' bracket, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. I feel like you guys, with where you're at, you'd be open to week 8, but not open to week 9. And I'm cool either way. Like I said, I'm good either way. But yeah, I want to see Williams' bracket on DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
And we'll
Right now, I got some previews to go over for other things. So,
and we got Williams draft at 4. So I said, I want to stop by 2, but if you guys want to continue, I'm open to continuing. But the furthest I would go is at the end of week 9. But we're on week 7. So looking at Williams,
I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah, I think we're in a
What's
good spot
Williams
either way.
Dylan?
Williams got the Patriots at 7-0. The Ravens are 6-1. The Chiefs are 5-1, and they are the 3 seed. The Texans are 5-2. They are the 4 seed. The Bills are 5-1. They are the wild card 1. Wild card 2 is the 5-2 Denver Broncos. Wild card 3 is the 5-2 Pittsburgh Steelers. The Ron Steelers are holding up that last wild card in Williams' bracket, and then the 6-1 Niners are the 1 seed in the NFC. The Giants are 5-2. The Bucks are 5-2. The Lions are 4-2. They lead the North, and then the Panthers are 4-2, and then you've got the Seahawks and Eagles at 4-3. Packers are 4-3. So are the Bears, but they're both on the outside looking in on Williams' bracket.
Alrighty.
So let's make a verdict on. I'm gonna read the Week 8 game. I'm gonna load my schedule. We're not gonna do Week 8. I don't think we're gonna do Week 8 yet. I want to make here. The Thursday night game is Packers Panthers. So that will be either where we resume next week or where we start if we continue. But I'm going to let Joey and William give their verdicts, and then we'll decide what direction to go from there. Because I'm good either way.
Yeah,
Monday
I
night-
guess I'm
Monday night
making
game
good progress, so I would have to,
vote to stop, because I'm
Yeah.
good either way.
Yeah.
Williams rookie draft's at 4, and the latest I would stay is 3, and I prefer to stop at 2, and I think William would as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two's good.
So
I've got like one
Next
thing to
week-
do before the draft. So
next week, what do you want to do for thumbnail next week, William? We can the 2 NBA players that Joey was debating on for number 5, or we could do a White Sox thumbnail for the MLB draft. I will leave that up to William. Whatever he decides, that will go. If we go with the NBA thumbnail, we'll put the MLB draft back to 2 weeks from today. Either way, I'm good. But I'm going to let William decide that. But I don't think he's going to decide that right now with the draft 2 hours away. So we'll talk
I don't
about
know.
that after the draft.
I don't know.
I think
I
we
did
should-
hear that move that he did. He was like, ooh. So I think I have
Nah.
an interesting feeling about where he's going with this.
wait, what was the question again?
For next week's show, we can do one of 2 thumbnails.
Oh, the thumbnails. Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Because Joey's just torn on 2 players for the Clippers at 5.
Mm-hmm.
The Arizona shooting guard and Nate Ament.
Mm-hmm.
The other choices, we go with a thumbnail for the White Sox option in the MLB draft. But if we do that, we include a 3rd draft into the simulator. And I feel like that would complicate things with the fact that we're going through the NFL schedules as well, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe we should just go with the, we'll go
Yeah.
with...
Well, yeah, I'll get it said. I'll look at some pictures and see what I can come up with.
Definitely. And we'll figure this out, because I think you Clippers, Joey could... So we're in agreement on the 2 NBA options Joey was debating between at 5 for the thumbnail next week, so we can push the MLB draft back another week, and we can focus on just managing 3 sports. Because if we include the MLB draft, then we're juggling another sport, and that's to delay the Week 8 games. In Week 8, you've got Packers-Panthers on Thursday night, and Week 8 ends with a Bears-Seahawks Monday night game. So had we decided to continue for another week, that would have been the matchup I would have wanted to end the show on, but we'll do with that next week, because we're ahead of schedule. We gained an extra week, and with no draft, with no rookie draft next week, if we feel like getting up to week 14 or 15, we probably can, but we also have the flexibility to stop at week 12 too, so that's nice.
Yep,
So
for sure. Agreed.
all right, but yeah. We're going to end things. I'm starting to get a headache, but this was fun.
Everyone out there,
Very
come check out
rookie draft. I'm on the clock in
fantasy
2
rookie
hours.
draft,
I
man.
traded Jonathan Taylor and Harold Fannin Jr. for the number 1 pick and Omarion Hampton. So I think Hampton's going to break out this year.
You do not trade.
I got Fannin in
Do
the
not
4th
trade my
round.
tight end.
I've got Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert.
You want to hear what I traded for?
You traded for Josh Allen.
I got Josh Allen for the 3rd overall pick, the 4th overall pick, Luther Burden, Jake Tonjes, and was there one more, or was that it?
Yeah, but you had to level the playing field with me, because I had Mahomes, Herbert, and Burrow at quarterback.
Yeah.
So I can
Well,
rotate.
yeah.
And
And
the only way you can level the
not
playing
to
field
mention-
with me is to get Allen.
not to mention Marshall got 5 starters out of that deal that I just gave him for Josh Allen. So it helped both teams so tremendously, because his team was full of needs, man. So it got him well on his way to rebuilding that thing. So
And I've
gonna
got
be fun
your
coming
first
up.
round pick next year too. I because I trade most of my picks to William to get more picks in the Jeremiah Smith draft, Joey, which could either end up working in my favor, or it could end up aging horribly. But I feel like it's going to work in my favor.
That was year
Oh,
103
right
that
now?
I traded it for.
Well, right now, Jeremiah Smith's the best prospect in that draft. So if you do get the first pick, well, you might end up getting a nice little gem on your hands there.
And if I don't, I have 2 picks in the top 10 of a rookie draft for next year, which is a very deep receiver draft. And
It'll probably be Marshall again, though, because
let's face it, for all the bluster of the quarterbacks, the receivers really take next year's draft.
They do. Cam Coleman, you've got Ryan Williams at Alabama, who would have gone ahead of a lot of receivers in this draft. You got Cam Coleman out of Texas, Auburn receiver transferred to Texas. You got Eric Singleton at Auburn. Nick Marsh transferred from Michigan State to Indiana.
Yep.
So there's just a lot of good weapons in next year's class, and there's some good quarterbacks as well. But I don't need quarterbacks.
The only proven quarterback is Deontay Moore, and he decided to go back to school to improve. So the other quarterbacks have to catch up to not only Moore, but they have to catch up to all these receivers that are freaking looking to blow the roof off of everything. So
I think Moore has a lot of development.
And there's a lot of good running backs in next year's draft, too. Kawan Lacey, Ole Miss. You've got Ahmad Hardy, Isaac Brown out of Louisville, Ahmad Hardy, Missouri. So there's a lot of good running backs and receivers in next year's draft.
I love Lacey, so I am interested to see what he does because he caught my eye.
Trinidad Chambliss went back too. Trinidad Chambliss went back too to Ole Miss as well. So
yeah, he did. He did. He was a late go back, so a lot of people may miss that.
Yeah,
and that's good for him. I think that's good for everybody.
Yeah, because I've got 2 picks in next year's draft that are first rounders. I've got 2 second rounders, 2 thirds because of the trade I made with William. I basically mortgaged my entire 2026 draft outside of my 2 fourth rounders to get as much draft capital from William in the 27 draft as possible. So I've got 2 number 1s, 2 number 2s, and 2 number 3s next year. So that could end up working in my favor, but it could also bite me in the ass. I think it just depends on where I end up picking.
Yeah. So
that is for sure.
I mean, you got to suck for that Ohio State wide receiver. So,
But I traded Jonathan Taylor, and I got Jeremiah Love. So I've got Kyron Williams as my running back 1. I've also got, in addition to Kyron Williams, I've also got Omarion Hampton, Ramondre Stevenson, and Jeremiah Love, assuming I draft him in 2 hours from now.
Well,
assume.
My thing is like, you want that big-time wide receiver that's going to change the game, you better get on your knees and put a little lipstick on, get some chapstick, get some lipstick, make yourself all nice and pretty because he's going to go number 1. If you look right now what it is, he's going to go number 1. So you better get that number 1 pick or else you ain't getting it.
Yeah, and I've got multiple picks and multiple first rounders next year, multiple seconds, multiple thirds. I'm willing to trade a 28 and a 29 first if it means getting Jeremiah Smith next year. I'm willing to do that. It's risky, but Jeremiah Smith's I really believe he's gonna be that good. And I waited for I traded down in the first dynasty draft. If you remember last year, William, I was so hell bent on getting Egbuka because I felt like the Buccaneers had a Super Bowl window if they added Egbuka. So I kept trading down in last year's draft. This year I trade most of my 26 picks, and then I still trade up to number 1 because I trade Taylor away. And then next year I've got a ton of picks. So what's my team look like? I know we're going to end in a few minutes. I just want to load my team on Sleeper and see what my roster looks like heading into today's draft. All right. Who's available? Okay, so...
Oh, it's not going to show it because it's a weight tube. Because I was putting you up your chapstick to get you ready.
I've got Joe Burrow, Omarion Hampton, Kyron Williams, Jamison Williams, Emeka Egbuka, Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert, Xavier Worthy, DJ Moore. I had DJ Moore when he was on the Bears last year because I thought the Bears may have been a dark horse to get to Super Bowl 60. I'm glad I kept him. Now I've got him as a weapon. And I've got Shakir too, Williams. So if Allen throws any touchdowns to Moore or Shakir when we play, I will be the beneficiary of that.
Oh, no.
You will do no such thing.
Yeah, you need Allen to score on the ground when we play. Or throw his tight end running backs.
That's Shakir's game where he gets absolutely nothing. He gets blanked.
There were games where Shakir got me points. There were also games where Shakir absolutely burned me. There were weeks where Shakir won me games, and there were weeks where he absolutely burned me. But yeah, I've got Herbert, Mahomes. I've got Herbert, Mahomes, and Burrow at quarterback. I do have Aaron Rodgers as my QB4. He is available for the right. If he's available for a third through fifth, it just depends if he comes back. Kamara's available for a third. I'm not gonna. I mean, I still think Kamara's value is a number 2 back, but it's gonna be ETN's backfield. And I know Kamara's in the final year of his contract, so Kamara's available for a third, but I'm not going to trade a fourth or a fifth to get Kamara off my roster. I'm going to stand firm on that third offer. Rodgers, I'm willing to go down to a 4. If someone wants him badly enough, I'm willing to go down to that. But I've got multiple 4th-round picks in this draft, so I'd prefer to use Rodgers in those 4s to move up into the 3rd round if I really... I've got Stevenson. He's staying on the roster. I've got Matthew Golden in the 2nd round. I felt pretty evenly about Golden and Luther Burden last year. And Golden's going to have a bigger role in the Packers' offense this year.
That's going to be interesting.
I'm not saying he'll start him, but he'll have a bigger role in the offense. And I also have Josh Palmer. So I've got Palmer as well. Palmer's the Bills' number 3 receiver, I believe. So
there's going to be a whole jumble
Bills
there.
And 3 receivers. And if I get Skylar Bell, too, then I'll have pretty much all of Allen's weapons. And I've got Dawson Knox as well. So I've got Dawson Knox and Hunter Henry as my 3rd-string tight ends as my backups to Mark Andrews and Goddard. I've got Theo Johnson. He's available for a 5. And I've got Luke Musgrave. I picked him up off waivers. So those guys are available for a 5. You want to do that. But, yeah. I'm not trading number 1 unless I get 3 number 1s back in return. I'm number 1 in this draft, a number 1 in next year's draft, and a number 1 in 28. That is the price for number 1. But if any owner in the league is dumb enough to do that, I'm open to moving number 1. Otherwise, I'm taking Love.
Right.
That is my plan. Williams known that for a while, so yeah.
Yep. It'll definitely be interesting.
And if I move back and I got 3 number 1s, I'd probably wait for Jadarian Price. Yeah. Either way, I'd take a running back, but I'd load up on number 1s and increase my odds from 20% to 30% for getting Smith next year. But yeah, that'll do it. I just wanted to break down plans, strategy for the rookie draft, and yeah, we'll see you guys in less than 2 hours for the Under the Bleachers rookie draft. And
see you guys there.
Top 10 for the NHL. Top 10 for the NBA, 5 through 10 for the NBA, 6 through 10 for the NHL, and then more NFL content with the schedules next week.
Yep.
So,
alrighty.
And we'll have that for Joey's options at 5, all right? So we'll have that next week. But yeah, see you guys next week. I'm getting ready for the rookie draft. All right.